ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. You still have the payment plan in place. That account, I believe, is real. I've watched it for a long time, and he says a lot of really provocative stuff there that has definitely caught my attention on many, many occasions. I've heard this briefing many times. Incredibly, incredibly sad, but probably a lot more than just what it looks like on the surface. If you don't really see what's going on here, this might not make sense. You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But this is just crazy. The quadra-gays, yes. But nothing gay is going to happen. It's only a title. Anyway, wow, I got to stop. You have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. There's something about the orgasmic energy. You know, rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? There is a monster under the bed. You can look at it if you want to, but it's really going to gross you out, and you're probably going to want to puke. Honest to God. Thank you for being here. It's been total chaos ever since. Go back to the slide now. Okay, well, what would an airplane think? I don't know. What kind of airplane do you think we should ask? I might have an airplane that looks a little familiar to you. If this airplane could only talk, after all the time that's gone by, if this airplane could talk, what would it say? What would this particular airplane have to say if there was a previous tenant that was in this airplane before? And maybe the other guy was in this airplane sometimes before. Let's just ask, you know, let's just...
You're crap. You're failure.
So, okay. Yeah, I get it.
Shut up. I'm in charge.
I gotta know. Did strange things happen in there?
I'll eat your ass.
Really?
I will eat your ass.
Really?
I will eat your ass like corn on the cob.
No way. Right in there. In there. The crazy stuff. If airplanes could talk. I will crawl naked over broken glass. It would have been fine if it wasn't for you meddling kids. She actually said that. I was there. Scooby thinks that it's a monster, you know, oh, give me Scooby snacks. They're psychopaths. Do you get it yet? You cannot be gay. You don't get to complain. You don't even get to have a voice if you complain. We're going to take that away from you. Wow, I can get both of them going. Look at that. I can do it both at the same time in different ways. Isn't that amazing? How does he do that? How is it even possible? And why is he so awesome? And now I'm jealous, desperate, and needy all the time. Well, yeah. Well, we're not going to talk about all that stuff. My wife wants to go for the jugular. I'm not ready for that yet. I know what you're talking about. And by the way, you can be going on all different camera angles as I do this. Just keep taking it from different shots. And let it go. But wait a minute. Oh, there's so many things I could say, folks. And I said I'm not going to do any fundraising, so I won't. I got to not do it. I got to not do it. I'm David Wilcock. Thanks for watching. Between 4 o'clock, let's go back to this one here. Between 4 o'clock, 4:30 and 8:30 in the morning yesterday was one of the worst days of my whole life. This was so crazy. This little guy starts exploding. This little guy starts exploding at the exact same time. This is on some kind of 20-year time bomb that it was from when the house was built. Oh yeah, look at that. Very good. 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 I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. Cock, cock, cock. Wow. 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 Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Wilcock. 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 It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Extraterrestrials. Angels. Angels. Cock. Woo! 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 Cock. 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 I'm David Wilcock.
Truthseekers, seek the truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truthseekers, truthseekers, yeah. Place the cash, place the cash. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back tonight because the world's worst psychic, the man who has gotten, near as I can tell, not any of his predictions wrong in 20 plus years, is back with new prophecies and predictions. And I titled tonight's broadcast, "That Will Surely Fail," because all of his other prophecies and predictions have failed over the years. I was reminded of the Sarah Farah crap
That all turned out to be fake. His so-called secret space program whistleblower turned out to be completely fake. Never been to space. Kind of hard to beat secret space program whistleblower and tell people about your space adventures when you have to admit under oath you've never actually been to space. There was the year 2000 predictions, which he wiped from the internet, but you can still check them out at ascension2000.com through Wayback Machine. And you too can laugh your ass off at hundreds of completely and totally failed prophetic visions of his, of what would happen in the year 2000. And then he recycled those again in the year 2012, telling us all that we'd get rainbow light bodies and superpowers, telekinesis, levitation. None of that happened. Of course, he's been predicting an ascension event is imminent, usually around the time when he's selling a how to prepare for the ascension event course for $333. To the best of my knowledge or recollection, he has sold three $333 courses on ascension, yet he can't show one person who's actually ascended, including himself. I mean, if you're going to teach a course on how to ascend, I assume you know how to do that. But again, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a lot of money you can make selling stupid people $333 courses full of bullshit. I have spoken in some detail previously about the biblical test of a prophet. So Wilcock's latest claims is that he, but first let's detail some of the false predictions and prophecies of the past, because now he's making new ones. And this is the hallmark of a false prophet. They make predictions and prophecies. Those predictions and prophecies inevitably fail. And then they just hope that all the stupid people forget that they made these prophecies and predictions. Remember, he's been doing this forever. The year 2000, the year 2012, and more. All of them failed. So all the mass arrest predictions that he has made over and over and over again, he started making those predictions that mass arrests were imminent. And I believe 1998 was the first time he mentioned the coming mass arrest super event, right? That failed. The year 2000 predictions, that failed. The year 2012 predictions, all those failed. 3 days of darkness predictions. You remember that, when there'd be an internet outage for 3 days and nothing but the government playing informational videos about the mass arrests going on, and the internet would be out, all television, cable, everything would be out except for these government-sponsored videos informing us of the mass arrest events and the tribulation event, these big things going on. That all failed. His Q-tard predictions. Remember, he was a big pusher of the Q-tard nonsense, which we now know was, that was completely and totally bunk. All of it. Those all failed. Then there was his hover car predictions. I think it was some 2 years ago now that he predicted that his company would have a working prototype in 1 year. Still no prototype, still no proof of concept, still no even bench level example of anti-gravity technology that he can generate. So even though he can't do anti-gravity or free energy, he can sell you a course for $333 and claim that if you just take his course, you'll be able to do it too for $333. But no one that took his course, to the best of my knowledge, has been able to actually demonstrate either of those things, either anti-gravity or free energy. And by the way, I know several people who shelled out the $333, and what they got was a bunch of disconnected nonsense cobbled together from the internet. In other words, no actual proprietary information of David Wilcock's, just copy and paste from all over the internet. But this is nothing new, because if you put David Wilcock's books, even his free ones or his paid ones, into a plagiarism checker, what you find out is that his books are 50 to 60% copy and paste jobs. And while great, maybe he cites sources, I don't think that people buying a book expect that 50 to 60% of it was copied and pasted from other people's work. Someone reminded me in our Discord, by the way, you should join our Discord. Lots of great information there, that there was more actual predictions of his that failed miserably. Besides these that I've listed, these are probably his biggest ones. And let's not forget that he was completely and totally wrong about so many other things. Of course, he was wrong about all the secret space program. He spent years of his life interviewing a clown that claimed to be in the secret space program, who would later have to admit under oath that he'd never even been to space. So he wasted 5 years of his life on that, but maybe not wasted because he was paid very well, I believe, from various performances. There was the Nasera, there was the Edgar Casey nonsense, interplanetary climate change, there was the massive solar flash, solar event. That all of those predictions, complete and total utter failures. But don't worry, because David Wilcock is back with new prophecies and predictions that I predict are sure to fail, because everything that this guy says doesn't turn out to be real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. Welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. I don't understand how this guy could go around claiming he's Earth's greatest prophet when he cannot demonstrate one prophecy that he ever put forward that was actually right. He does come up with some interesting mental gymnastics, claiming, oh, well, there was a solar flash event, but it was in the next star over to us, so my prophecy was correct. No, your prophecy was completely and totally wrong. And we are going to delve into the test of a prophet, something that I have discussed here, but I think that I have not explained it quite well. But first, some general information on David Wilcock. If we give a careful examination of David Wilcock's various claims throughout the year, many years, decades, it's like unraveling a nexus of disinformation. Disinformation, false information, and fake information about various topics, including ancient history, ancient aliens, his failed prophecies, and even claims of his own alleged psychic abilities. Most recently, David Wilcock claimed that the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own urine in order to get superpowers, and he claimed that he got telekinetic superpowers. Yeah, kind of like Jean Grey of the X-Men. Wow, great superpower, David Wilcock. Can you show that to us? Well, no, I can't demonstrate it, but I have it. Sure. So David Wilcock has been a prominent figure in the realms of alternative history, conspiracy theories, UFOs, aliens, paranormal phenomenon for decades now. And though he has garnered attentions for his assertions regarding ancient aliens, prophecies, his claimed psychic abilities, and purported insider information, all of his information turns out to be fake or false, just like his fake or false whistleblowers. We have detailed here that David Wilcock uses very questionable sources, and he doesn't vet or check into the claims. He just runs to sell their stories. This includes Pete Peterson, the fake UFO government whistleblower that never worked for the government, who had a long line and list of completely and totally fabricated accomplishments on his fake resume. And he was involved in some pump and dump scams, among other things. And there was the GoFundMe scam that gathered some $60,000 based on complete and total fabricated lies about him being under some sort of deep state attack. The man never worked for Ronald Reagan. He never worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA, like he claimed. He was never an early computer pioneer. We checked with real early computer pioneers. No one ever heard of him or his fake company, which, by the way, was called Cyberdyne Systems. You know, from the movie Terminator. David Wilcock would later go on to claim that that was stolen from Pete Peterson. Sure. No, Pete Peterson was a senile old man that David Wilcock took advantage of, and he is still citing him as a source to this day, even though he's been dead for several years now. Great source, a dead guy. Nobody can check if he actually said any of this shit or not. This is one method of deception that he has used. We've detailed his use or his interviewing of one Bill Brockbrader, who was a court-martialed child predator and is now, last I checked, a fugitive from justice. That was one of his government whistleblowers as well. Everything about this man is plastic and fake, including his teeth, but I don't really want to comment on his appearance. Let's see. So if we analyze critically David Wilcock's claims, especially if we keep track of them over the years, but for a moment, we'll focus on ancient aliens theory, his unsuccessful predictions, his alleged psychic powers that lack any empirical evidence whatsoever. We've covered his utilization of completely and totally 100% fake government insiders to propagate sensationalized narratives, and a history that he has that indicates a very profit-driven motive for fabricating these sensational stories, or at least going along with people fabricating incredibly sensational stories. Oh, that was another one of his insiders. You remember Daniel Brinkley, the guy who died 4 times? The guy claims that he died and had a near-death experience. He wrote a book, but then the book sales dried up, so he claimed he died again, and then he wrote another book, and then I think he claimed he died again. And one of David Wilcock's latest courses, you got to hurry up and buy this course because he's going to die any day now. He's still alive. Yeah, David Wilcock is certainly a polarizing figure within the niche of alternative historical narratives and cosmic conspiracy theories involving UFOs and aliens. His assertions, especially including the ancient aliens theory, his prophecies, his psychic abilities, and his involvement with purported government insiders, all of which turn out to be completely and totally frauds, and we've proven that here, have captivated audiences, but also sparked intense skepticism and criticism for his lack of any fact-checking or discernment skills or actual research efforts. Though he claims he spends all this time researching, he'll accept any story and run with it. Wilcock has advocated for the ancient aliens theory, which is a completely bogus theory that's been blown out of the water by anybody with a real understanding of human history and anthropology. And this theory, positing that extraterrestrial beings have significantly influenced human history, technology, and evolution, has no real evidence, just speculation. But that's been a very popular television show for, I think, over a decade. But despite its popularity in certain circles, this ancient aliens theory lacks concrete archaeological or scientific evidence, relying largely on speculation, conjecture, and selective interpretations of historical artifacts. In other words, it relies on bullshit. Next, we get to his many, many failed predictions and prophecies. Throughout his career, Wilcock has made numerous predictions and prophecies. None, and I'm going out on a limb here, but I'll say it, none of which have materialized as he originally claimed. From foretelling cataclysmic solar events to promising paradigm-shifting revelations to come, to promising huge changes within the United States and other world governments involving the mass arrest of the so-called deep state. His track record of his predictions has been consistently false and completely and totally inaccurate, which certainly to most people, except for his stupid fans, would undermine his credibility. Wilcock has also asserted possessing psychic abilities, some of which he got after the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss. Yet empirical evidence validating his claims of psychic or superpowers remains conspicuously absent. The lack of verifiable demonstrations or any controlled experiments to prove his claims undermines his credibility about having supernatural abilities. Do I believe that David Wilcock has any supernatural or psychic abilities whatsoever? Absolutely not. Do I believe he's in contact with the Archangel Michael, as he is now claiming? Absolutely not. And I have proof of that, which we will present to you in the form of the test of a prophet. Wilcock's narratives often involve purported disclosures from alleged government insiders, but just a surface level fact checking into his so-called government insiders reveals they're not who they claim to be, or haven't done the things that they claim to have done, some of whom have been exposed as complete and total frauds, con artists, criminals, or fabricators. Or they're just individuals lacking credible backgrounds who got caught lying for years and years and years with David Wilcock in the form of the secret space clown. These fabrications and misinterpretations serve to sensationalize his stories, however, attracting audiences, but contributing to the vastness of fake information, misinformation, and disinformation on the internet. And then, of course, there's his profit-driven motive for these sensational stories. Critics, including myself, argue that Wilcock's motivations appear to be entirely or purely profit-driven, evidenced by his history of leveraging sensationalism to attract audiences, boost book sales, generate revenue through lectures, courses, and appearances, and media engagement. This profit-driven motive raises real questions about the authenticity and the integrity of his claims, especially considering he has collected money for many of these claims, all of which, to the best of my knowledge, to fact check and research, have turned out to be false. We've given you many, many examples of that. David Wilcock's claims encompassing ancient aliens, failed prophecies, alleged psychic powers, and involvement with his fake government insiders represents a complex amalgam of narratives that lack any evidence or credibility. The absence of substantiated proof of his claims, remember, claims that he has been making for decades now, undermines the validity of his assertions, prompting skepticism regarding his motives and the authenticity of the information and narratives he promotes within the alternative history and conspiracy theory domains. The absence of verifiable evidence and the proven track record of complete and total failure insofar as his failed predictions and prophecies necessitate a cautious approach towards embracing David Wilcock's claims. Moreover, the interplay between sensationalism and profit-driven motives underscores the importance of critical analysis and scrutiny when evaluating his extraordinary claims within the context of historical and paranormal discourses. So what we get with David Wilcock is a long and vast history of failed predictions, failed prophecies, and more. But that doesn't stop him. And one of the things that is fascinating to me is that he does this thing that I call the Cosmic Con Shuffle, where he'll fail in his predictions absolutely, totally miserably. And then he just goes away for 6 months or a year. And then he comes back with brand new bull. Like everybody somehow forgot. And I got to tell you, David Wilcock, the internet never forgets. Your original website, Ascension 2000, can still be read on Wayback Machine, and everybody can see you were full of shit before the year 2000. People can still watch videos of your 2012 failed predictions, wherein you predicted we'd all get superpowers. These things are not going away. The proof that you are a false prophet is out there in the internet, in the ether of the internet forever. It's not going away. And you can delete all the websites and videos you want. Thanks to things like archive.org and Wayback Machine, we'll always be able to show people that you've been wrong about virtually everything that you've ever prophesized in your entire career. And this is where it gets extremely problematic for David Wilcock, because I mentioned this thing called the test of a prophet, which is certainly relevant here. David Wilcock claims to be in communication with divine sources, which would be, I suppose, God's right-hand man, the Archangel Michael. But I'm here to tell you that that is not correct. It can't be true, at least not according to the Bible and Scripture and the test of a prophet, which we will detail for you here. I have sort of explained this, but I thought I would write it out, because this is an important part, the biblical concept of the test of a prophet. And this is how anybody should evaluate the authenticity of a prophet through their accuracy in divine communication. Remember, David Wilcock claims to be in some sort of divine communication with angelic sources that come directly from God. But I'm here to tell you that that cannot be true, because let's review. How many times has he been wrong? An awful lot of times. According to the test of a prophet, the prophet's information cannot be wrong once. If it is, he is a false prophet. The concept of the test of a prophet within biblical tradition serves as a critical criterion to ascertain the legitimacy of individuals claiming divine communication. We'll delve a bit into the historical and theological significance of this test, emphasizing the biblical principle that a prophet's accuracy serves as a litmus test for his authenticity. Additionally, we will examine instances throughout history where purported prophets failed this test, thereby casting doubt upon their claims of divine inspiration. The biblical concept of test of a prophet is rooted in the Old Testament scriptures, which means that not just Christian ministers and Catholic priests or Christian priests agree with me that David Wilcock cannot be in communication with the Archangel Michael as he claims, but also Jewish rabbis would completely and totally agree with me. This is a concept that in Judaism is well accepted. This is from the Old Testament scriptures. The test of a prophet, first detailed in the Old Testament scriptures, delineates a stringent criterion for evaluating the legitimacy of individuals who profess to convey messages from a divine or angelic source. Central to this criterion is the principle that accuracy in prophetic utterances, is pivotal in establishing the credibility of the claimed prophet. In a biblical concept, Deuteronomy 18:21-22 encapsulates the essence of the test of a prophet, stipulating that if the prophet's prophecy fails to come to pass or proves inaccurate, even one time, they cannot and should not be deemed authentic messengers of God or God's angels. This rigorous standard underscores the gravity placed on the accuracy of divine communication and serves as a safeguard against many false prophets misleading the faithful. I believe that David Wilcock fits perfectly the textbook definition of a false prophet, and I further believe that David Wilcock fails the test of a prophet not once, but more than 10 times. This means that he cannot be in communication with divine sources or angelic sources of God. The Bible is very clear on this issue. In history, numerous individuals before David Wilcock have claimed prophetic status, yet their predictions or pronouncements have failed this test of accuracy, thus disqualifying them according to the biblical criterion. One notable instance in the 10th century, prophetess Ursula Soheil, commonly known as Mother Shipton, whose prophecies, though widely circulated, failed to materialize at all as originally predicted. Pardon me. In the modern era, individuals such as Harold Camping, who predicted the end of the world on multiple occasions, faced public scrutiny and outcries and loss of credibility when their prophecies did not come to fruition. Ancient cultures also witnessed the rise of false prophets, such as several noted in the Bible whose prophetic declarations contradicted the genuine message conveyed through the real prophet Jeremiah. These false prophets' false assurance of peace resulted in their failure to meet the standard of accuracy set forth in the biblical test of a prophet. So this is nothing new. And godly men would understand the test of a prophet is just absolute. The biblical concept of the test of a prophet establishes a stringent criteria that places a premium on the accuracy of prophetic messages as a means of discerning genuine divine communication. The concept is essentially that God would not give false information, misinformation, or disinformation to one of his prophets to share with the rest of humanity. Historical instances, including the failures of purported prophets like Mother Shipton, Harold Camping, and Hananiah, underscore the significance of this test in distinguishing authentic prophets from false prophets. As a foundational principle within biblical traditions, the test of a prophet stands as a critical safeguard against deception, and it encourages discernment when evaluating individuals who profess to be in communication with divine or angelic sources. This would include David Wilcock. The failures of historical figures claiming prophetic insights serve as potent reminders of the importance of accuracy in discerning true prophets from false pretenders within religious and spiritual contexts. So we've already detailed here. Remember, David Wilcock is claiming he's in communication with the Archangel Michael. And we know the Archangel Michael told him to take baths in his own piss and therefore he'd get superpowers. I don't know why an angel would tell somebody to take baths in their own piss, but okay. But we've detailed that in the first book that he started selling, I believe it was $99. Somebody gifted it to me, thanks to that viewer, that listener. It was a laugh riot reading that piece of shit book. But there's 6 more now. But the problem for David Wilcock is, remember, he's claiming that all of this information is coming from divine sources. The Archangel Michael is telling him this shit. In the very first book, there is completely and totally false and inaccurate information, which means he fails the test of a prophet yet again. But hey, he failed the test of a prophet in the year 2000, in the year 2012. Just last month, he claimed that mass arrests are coming again in the next 2 weeks for sure. Big things are happening. Again, failing the test of a prophet. Over and over and over and over and over again, David Wilcock fails the test of a prophet. It only takes one time. The Bible is very strict in the criteria set forth on how to test a prophet of God or a prophet of someone in communication with divine sources. And by the way, many other people, including the Law of One progenitor, or whatever you want to call her, author, she was wrong in her information, her prophetic information. So we've got one false prophet who's following another proven false prophet, claiming he's in communication with angels, and now he's making new prophecies. And isn't it awesome that he never addresses all the failed prophecies of the past? How many times is he going to fail at making predictions? It's happened over and over and over and over again. And quite honestly and selfishly, this is what keeps me, what is this clown going to predict next that's not going to happen? Because nothing this guy predicts actually happens. And I don't understand how he just keeps making predictions, not realizing how foolish he looks. We're talking decades of making psychic predictions, all of which failed. But he's going to tell you that he wrote all these angelic predictions in 1998, and now they're coming true. He hasn't proven that yet, and he never will. Because according to the biblical criteria set forth in the test of a prophet, and again, if you really want to understand that, you really need to go to Deuteronomy 18, 21 and 22. And it's detailed very clearly there. Deuteronomy 18, 21 to 22, 21 to 22 says, "You may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that is a message the Lord has not spoken. That prophet has spoken presumptuously, so do not be alarmed." The test of a prophet is very clear. One inaccurate piece of information, they're not a prophet. They're a false prophet. It's very clear. David Wilcock, according to all biblical and religious traditions that I'm aware of, is a false prophet. But that hasn't stopped him from doubling down, tripling down, still claiming super. How can he still keep claiming that you're a psychic when all your psychic predictions fail miserably? And I know he makes excuses at times, right? Like the solar flash event. That happened in another star system, or hey, alternate timelines explain why my prediction didn't happen in this timeline. It's a silly excuse. It's like a child being caught lying, coming up with another lie to cover the first lie. Absolutely ridiculous that this man can continue to go on and continue to collect money from people for his largely ridiculous, nonsensical information that, in my view, is complete. His information is completely and totally worthless unless you're viewing it from a comedy perspective of like, what can this clown say next? So we're going to get into his latest video, which I like to do this. I have mirrored it so that we don't have to sit through the tons of commercials. He loads his streams up with commercials. And I'm going to put my fair use banner up. This is actually a quick one for David Wilcock. I think it's only an hour and a half stream. We're going to try to get through it tonight. But before we get to the video, I'm going to put my fair use banner. Mention this is transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the videos we're sharing. This is certainly fair use and allowable by law. And lawyer letters are standing by for anybody who might want to false copyright claim me. Just know that if you do that, I've won every false copyright claim levied against my channel in 3 years now, 22 of them. And when that happens, the false strike goes to the claimant's channel. So good for you, David Wilcock, if you want to false copyright claim me. This is fair use. You're a public figure. You're saying these things on a public YouTube channel. I'm allowed to play that video and talk about it. So his latest video is titled David Wilcock Live, The False Prophecy of Global Ascension. Well, I added the false. And I did that because if you're a betting man and you see that this guy is striking out every time he gets up to the plate to make a prediction. And by the way, I just want to make sure that I detail for you. I have investigated many different fake psychics, and some of them are very good at what they do. Some people who claim to have superpowers learn a lot of magic tricks that I'm intimately familiar with, and they're very good at fooling people and appearing to make real psychic predictions. David Wilcock, not so good. He ought to go to a magic shop or get some books on mentalism or something, try to up his game, because every time he makes a prediction, it fails. Then he runs away and hides for a while and pretends he never said that shit and comes back with new startling revelations to come. And those don't pan out either usually. And then it's just a cycle, rinse, repeat. We're going to take a moment to welcome in the live chat. I also want to thank Simon Fly. You can search him on YouTube. Check out his music videos, which we've played here tonight. We want to welcome the live chat. The Watcher is here and says the DW fan club are a vicious cult. They hate the truth. Yeah. A Ghost is here, and this is a good point. In February of 2019, he did a stream saying the arrests were happening that day. 13 days later, he said it would be coming soon. Yeah, isn't that great? And I just want to cue this up past his stupid opening skit. He does an opening skit with a bad English accent and a fake cigarette again. I'm not going to waste your time or my time on that nonsense. But David found the box of dildos, so that makes him a valid psychic at the very least. No, he hasn't. He hasn't found it. He's never found it. For those unaware, we challenged him 3 years ago. We buried a huge box of dildos somewhere in the world, And I said I'd give him $10,000 if he used his super secret psychic powers, his, secret space alien friends, his government insiders, anything he wants, his psychic powers to find that box of dildos. I'd give 10 grand to him. He hasn't found it. No, he hasn't found it. Yes, Randy says Wilcock is slowly running out of gas for his gassy grift. Yes, isn't that interesting, right? Ganja73 is here and says he's shooting for 50 fails before 2030. Yes, and Jason Parker, correctly, he claims that he's the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce, yet we detail here how he wouldn't take the test to prove his claims. He wouldn't take the test from the Edgar Cayce Foundation, totally refused to. Bob Birkin says false prophet eating the brain of the young. Oh, I forgot. I guess we unmuted everybody. So Bob, don't get annoying posting nothing but nonsense in my live chat or you're gone again. Yeah, I agree with you. Jester X says, for some reason, the algorithm makes it hard for this channel to get noticed. I was digging through all the channels looking for truth and sense, and it was 2 weeks before Truthseekers popped into my feed. Well, I'm glad you found us, Jester X, and I've heard that. It's very difficult, and YouTube has just changed the algorithm. Most YouTube content creators I know are saying that views are way down for most people. I don't know if that's true. It is what it is. Views should pick up as winter goes and progresses, especially on the East Coast. More people inside, less people out doing outdoor things, more people connected to their phones or computers, just where I like them, a captive audience. Yeah. So we're gonna get into this video then. I appreciate the live chat. I'm wearing the right shirt for today. Praise the cash, bitches. I won't tell you a $333 course pretending I can teach you anti-gravity or free energy or anything, really. Yes, Moody Mongol says, Wilcock would say his predictions cross multiple realities. It just so happens that every prediction he's made so far just didn't occur in our reality. Yeah. Somewhere in an alternate universe, David Wilcock is the world's greatest prophet and psychic. But in this one, he sucks at this. How can you make... And, I got to give him one thing, though. His ability to just shake off complete and total lies that he told. Like, oh, the mass arrests are going to happen in the next couple of days, and then they don't. And then he says they're coming soon in his next stream. Like... His ability to lie with a straight face is respectable, I guess. Like you gotta admire the hustle of the grift sometimes, right? All right. So we're gonna get into this. Garaji is here and says, "Praise the cash." Yes. Yes, that is right, Algaray. Praise the cash, bitches. We're gonna. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. So get those super chats in, you leeches, and we'll read them all tonight. All of them. We're going to read all of those super chats and the PayPal pledges, by the way. I know there's a few of those waiting for us. Thank you all very kindly. Live stream rather than live. I hope he's talking about David Wilcock and not us here because we've got facts and evidence, and even the Bible is on our side. You can't say that for David Wilcock. You cannot say that. Let me so we're gonna get into the video, friends. Let's get into it. I have this queued up here. We got I am skipping the 5-minute stupid skit of him talking in an English accent. I don't understand that, but it is what it is. It's like he took one acting class and thinks he's great at this or something.
I can't believe I do this stuff for you guys, but you know what? I love it. I love being funny. I love doing the show. So this is actually a very complex show.
One second. I got a problem with my headphones here. This was before. I thought I had it solved. Hold on one second. Oh, wait, why is it working? Let's see here.
It goes back to a question.
Where is this? Let me try that again. Everything else is coming through my headphones, but playing this YouTube video. Great. One second, friends. Let me see if I can't get this fixed. Why is it coming through there? Hold on one second. Gotta love. Well, David Wilcock has 20 minutes of technical problems for most of his stream, so I can get away with a few. That one's not playing. Okay, one second here. That is so weird. It's not coming through the right channel. If you guys can hear it, great. I'm going to have to mute myself. Let me mute myself. Sorry, I think I figured it out. One second here, friends. Bad idea to stream on a computer with multiple outs. All right. Oh, there, I got it. Jeez, it's a bad idea to stream on a computer with, 8 sound outputs. Just putting that out there. I tend to overcomplicate things. All right, we'll get back to his stupid question that he starts with.
I do this stuff for you guys, but you know what? I love it. I love being funny. I love doing the show. So,
all right.
This is actually a very
now we're getting into the new
we're going to do
prophecies
today.
And predictions.
And it goes back to a question I had from a board member. This was just a couple days ago, and he said, "Do you believe in God?" And he was surprised because he looked at some of my videos and thought that the answer was yes, and he had assumed that the answer would be no. And I had to kind of step back a bit and say,
he's probably making this person up, because did you catch that? He just said that the person assumed that he wouldn't believe in God and that he would believe in God at the same time. Well, how can he make both assumptions? Or is he just making up this story to create stupid content like he usually does, like the spring water story and all the other stuff?
Well, granted, if you watch Ancient Aliens and that's the exposure that you have to what I've done up until now.
I love how he's so proud of being on a television show that's literally wrong about everything, but it's a perfect television show for him because he's wrong about everything.
It would appear to be, a very straightforward thing that's not really based on God. But anyway, let me see some of your comments over here just for fun. See if anybody's. He says, "Now I need a smoke. You should be acting. David, you are whacked. I love it." It sounds.
Yeah, by the way, it was reported to me by several people who were in that live chat that people kept telling members of the live chat to send David Wilcock money so he could get out of debt. Remember, he's purportedly in $1.4 million in debt.
It's like John Lennon crossed with Michael Caine. I could do that. I could do John Lennon and Michael Caine mixed together. David, snap out of it. Can you for once get to the point you want to make? You are so not entertaining. Okay, well.
And by the way, his live chats used to be very carefully curated. In other words, anybody that would say something negative like that, they would mute the comments so the rest of the victims don't see people being negative. I think his wife, perhaps, and by the way, I'm speculating, but I think his wife used to sit there and delete all the bad comments. Maybe that has something to do with why she left him, because she had to read all the shit that people really think about him and then pretend that it doesn't happen. They would mute all of the negative comments. Now that doesn't happen, and he gets roasted in every one of his live chats so far since she left. So I guess it's a fair assumption that she used to clean that up, and now he's left to, have to hear reality instead of the echo chamber he created.
Not everybody likes the comedy, but that's what shows are for, is variety, It's something for everybody, man. So that's what we got to do. Can you talk about the firmament? Thank you for everything. Don't put out attention to the haters. You always look great. You literally said you channeled the God Ra WT. Yeah, see, it's you got to go with the flow. There's people that have these opinions that are not always going to be loving or kind. And part of being a public figure,
not loving or
going
kind,
out there and doing this kind of work, is that you just have to be brave.
Oh, he's so brave. I'll give him that. He is brave to be so wrong about everything and to just go back out there and be wrong again about everything.
You have to be willing to take a chance and just say what's on your mind. So I had a very interesting week, and I do believe we're in some kind of a peak moment of crisis and chaos here on Earth.
Again, he said this a month ago, and that big changes would be happening in the next 2 weeks. That was 4 weeks ago. Nothing happened that he said would happen. But here we are again, kick the can. Now now it's really kicking off.
And so sometimes I like to process those types of intense emotions with comedy. So getting back to the slide again, the point was, do you believe in God? He's asking me this, and I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, if your background on me is predominantly from Ancient Aliens, then you might think that I don't have any real perspective that way, but that's just the way the show.
We actually have one.
And if you follow my work on the website, on the videos,
the watcher, that's interesting.
What I've done, many other things, tons and tons of conferences. It's all about.
Yeah, he sold a fake secret space program insider and a senile old man that he claimed was a government whistleblower. Both, to most rational people, turn out to be completely and totally fake people telling fairy tales. But he's proud of that work that he did at Gaia. Maybe he's just proud of the money he generated.
About an intelligent cosmos. So what we're really dealing with here is a loving cosmos, a cosmos that is built upon an intelligent energy that is loving.
Yeah, I guess.
And so that loving conscious energy is the building block. It's the foundation.
Dang hater, sniff, sniff.
And
yes,
that has been my perspective. It continues to be my perspective. So whether we want to indulge in worrying or not is up to us. But
yeah, so he gets slammed. He's also claimed in the past that he was channeling the Egyptian god Ra. So what happened now that he's channeling the archangel Michael instead of the Egyptian god Ra? Is he maybe trying to tap into the Christian conservative movement, right? Yes. Spooky says, important that tonight he begins the broadcast with fear motivators. Now he will sell you the solution. Exactly. And
really get the truth
solid
of what
sources, says
spirituality
DJ
is here for.
Yes.
You transcend hope and fear because you understand reality. And there is an absolute reality that cannot be affected by death. Death has no
nobody can buy a hover car
other than a transitional state from one level of consciousness to another. So with that in mind, we have an opportunity to look at scientific evidence that shows us that the cosmos is alive and intelligent.
Could be, yeah.
And therefore, I'm not taking this idea of believing in God as a religious concept in which there's a set of teachings that you have to believe, and the authority that's laid upon that evidence is based upon alleged eyewitness testimony from, maybe 2,000 plus years
I agree,
ago.
Paul. Yeah. And he claims that's all from not paying taxes.
Those sources at all. I think they can be wonderful. And it's also important that we see how.
And isn't it wonderful that he gets himself $1.4 million in debt? And I'm sorry, the only way you can get $1.4 million in debt is to be completely and totally irresponsible with an awful lot of money for an awful lot of years. that's my assessment. I don't know. You know, I have a wife that's a financial professional, thank God. So we do pretty well, you know, with managing things and not making stupid decisions. For example, we don't invest in scam aviation companies that have never produced an airplane that claim that they're going to produce hover cars like he did. But this is what you get from David Wilcock. And remember that his whole hover car company is a complete and total scam. As reported by John Christian Spadavecchia, who is writing a book on David Wilcock's shady hover car company, Stavati Aerospace. He writes here, in addition to the existing Dimitrov versus Stavati case in federal court, Stavati is now being sued by a sprinkler company in New York for unpaid bills. This is a fresh one filed just a few days ago. Stavati engaged this sprinkler company to fix 6 sprinkler systems and an inspection of underground water. Stavati left them with an unpaid bill of $106,745. That's something else. And there's more. I think there's 3 total lawsuits that I'm aware of against Stavati Aerospace right now. One second. There is another one. There is a pendency for judicial foreclosure. Stavati is about to lose their only real property and legitimate cash flow source. Remember, their only income, David Wilcock's shady hover car company's only income, and this is proven by court documents that they themselves wrote in court documents, their only income is a few $1,000s a month from a dumpster company that stores their garbage dumpsters inside this hangar that they own. But now there's a possible judicial foreclosure on that property, the only real asset that his shady hover car company has. Remember, he was so proud of the airplane hangar, but it turns out that they don't actually make any income from aviation. They make income by renting their aviation hangar to a garbage company or a dumpster company. I'm not sure which. It could be both. And this has been well documented in the court documents. This is why sometimes it does pay to read those boring, dry court documents. And interesting. So we have the sprinkler company suing them. And then we have a former investor suing them. And in that case, they admitted, Stavati Aerospace admitted in court documents that they basically are running a Ponzi scheme, which is pretty interesting. One second here. I was looking for, so Stavati purchased that hangar on October 29th, 2020. They are also in hot water, or they could be, because they claimed that they were going to create all these jobs in the local economy. And so far, to the best of my knowledge, they haven't created those jobs. They got a lot of tax breaks for buying that hangar. They got all kinds of tax breaks, and they were supposed to create a whole lot of jobs. So far, nobody's building hover cars over there, but they are storing garbage dumpsters there. So there's that. There was a foreclosure in New York filed against that property on October 5th, 2023. And that very day, according to John Christian Spadavecchia, Wilcock announced his first live stream after a long absence would be on October 8th. As of October 6th, there is now a pendency for judicial disclosure. Stavati is about to lose their only real property and legitimate cash flow source. I assume there will be an auction. So that's pretty interesting. The lien for unpaid bills was placed on Stavati's hangar property on November 3rd, 2021. So the reality of David Wilcock's so-called aviation company is that they've been claiming that they're building all these things for 20 plus years, and they don't have any income from the actual aviation industry. Wilcock keeps saying that these big deals are coming in, but they never do. Stavati also got caught lying and saying they had all these wind tunnel contracts with government and other prestigious labs. FOIA requests were filed by Mr. Spadavecchia. Those contracts don't exist. So are they lying while they're soliciting public investment?
Our thoughts are intertwined into a matrix of consciousness that is alive, and it's active, and it gives us information when we need it to in the now. And we usually don't realize it. But there's this fascinating phenomenon called the multiples effect, where different people invent the same things at the same time scientifically.
That's also known as coincidence.
And a strong desire that you have to solve a particular problem apparently draws on a wellspring of consciousness that we all share. And so if you're trying to solve something like back in the day when they were trying to solve, okay, what is the makeup of the sugar molecule? And then multiple people solved it at the same time. And there's so many examples of this. And it's not really talked about very much because we don't have a model of understanding that allows us to see these things as being natural phenomena.
Or because they're coincidences and they don't matter.
So I've spent my whole career looking at the supernatural, investigating things that are seemingly inexplicable, and trying to get down to the core of, okay, what are we really seeing here? And so when somebody asks me, do you believe in God? The question—
And by the way, he's had 9 different, at least. He's got all these different theories, but they're all unproven theories. They're all speculation.
The question becomes one of understanding that we do live in a multidimensional reality. And this means there are definitely—
So that is a dumpster fire. Thanks for being a member, DJ Deeds.
Outside our visible spectrum of light, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, rainbow, visible light spectrum, they might be able to exist in our space without
That's funny.
us seeing them. And we talked about this before.
I would never encourage anybody to hate bomb somebody's live stream, but I do encourage you all to go there and ask questions. Like, didn't you channel the Egyptian god Ra before you were channeling the Archangel Michael? What happened to that? Where's the hover car you promised 2 years ago? Where is the superpowers you promised us in the year 2000 and the year 2012? Why won't you take the Edgar Cayce Foundation test that they laid out for people who would claim to be the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce? Why did his family ask you to stop claiming that? And why did they not believe that you were indeed the reincarnation of their departed relative?
So yeah, not only do I believe this, I've had contact with this type of being telepathically, and I followed the standard protocols of remote viewing. This was after I'd already read the Law of One series, which was revealed teaching from 1981 to 1983 by Ellen L. Richards.
It's full dumpsters.
Dr. Don Elkins was asking the questions. Carla Ruckert was the instrument who was in trance and then speaking and remembered nothing when she came out. And then Jim McCarty was the scribe, and together they created this really amazing work of art called The Law of One that greatly affected my life when I found it in January of 1996.
Yes, so there's another wackadoo who claimed to channel the Egyptian god Ra before David Wilcock, and that was Carl Rutger, the creator of The Law of One. And he constantly uses, basically, David Wilcock was her houseboy. He worked in her house, like cleaning up and doing dishes, I guess, to learn the grift. That's what a lot of people have speculated about. None of her information, it seems useful to me. It seems like spiritual New Age gobbledygook mixed with Christianity and, ancient religions.
As I wrote in my latest book that I published with a publisher, Awakening in the Dream.
Oh, yeah, that's another issue. He used to have a book publisher. Now he's self-publishing PDF files. So I guess he lost his book publisher.
Talk about the Law of One in some detail in that book. So this is a pretty exciting thing to have when you get this type of information, where in my case, I'd been researching all kinds of paranormal subjects. It was basically my major in college. and I just kind of did the cleanup work to make sure that I got my psychology degree and graduated. But so I'm just making sure that I'm on the air, because you never know if it's going to go off or anything. But
I agree.
there is no wind noise here. Everything is very quiet. There shouldn't be any funny noises or anything. We're good. So there I was in college, going through 300 to 500 books, something like that, of paranormal subjects.
By the way, you know, I know I've been accused of reusing material, but Jesus, man, how many times is he going to tell this Carl Rutger, I read 500 books, the equivalent of a PhD story?
Subjects and literature, only to find out when I got to the Law of One in January 96, right after I'd graduated, wow, this has all the stuff I've been studying. All these things I thought were original breakthroughs are in here. And then there's all this other stuff that I would have never even imagined.
Good for you, bottled water.
So it was a phenomenal moment in my life. And it also tied together the fascinating mysteries that I've been talking about in previous episodes.
I agree, MP. Absolutely.
So I want to index from the episode where we talked about crop circles and geometry. And specifically, if you only watch the live stream, please go back and watch the cinematic re-upload of the show that I did about crop circle prophecies. And the reason why is that we discuss in that show the concept of what has been called the photonic model of the universe. It's a geometric model. You could also call these little objects consciousness units. We're looking at
more
objects,
unproven speculation, more unproven
now we've
theories.
got a new model of the cosmos where we're building the cosmos not from atoms and molecules, but from photons.
Hey, there we go.
Those photons behave.
I have the right shirt on for this today. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Zizix, thanks for two things. One, being a member, and two, for the kind and generous $5 super chat. It says the Firefly TV show. There was an episode with a flying trash can. I remember that. Yeah. He gets most of his ideas, I think, from science fiction. I've seen him rip off Stargate, Babylon 5, Star Trek, Star Wars. It's like whatever movies he's watching lately ends up in his live streams, and he pretends that that's, not from a fictional source, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. But we want to thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support, all of you. Thank you, Zizix, for the kind and generous $5 super chat. Oh, wrong one there. Let me fix that. We'll get to praise the cash, Zizix.
Praise the cash.
All right, all around the world, if you want to make a cash clown happy, send in those super chats. We read every single one of them. Thank you, Zizix. Longtime show supporter.
Geometric patterns because of vibration. They are vibrations made solid. In other words, if you vibrate a fluid that has little sand particles in it, as we were discussing, you get these vibrational structures, and you see these shapes actually appear in your water. And this is all stuff that I talked about in a previous episode. You see how
and this is what he does. And I'm not going to name this because then I'll risk angering some bitter, angry little man. But David Wilcock often will throw out one real piece of information, and then he piles all of his bull on top of it, as if giving you one real piece of information makes the rest of his information true or accurate. It does not.
To have continuity when you got to go back and watch.
We've all seen those displays
that
show geometric shapes.
It does appear that physical atoms and molecules are made from these consciousness units, that this is the nature of the nucleus of the atom, the nature of the electrons.
No, this is unproven theories. That's what this is. It's unproven theories. And Chris G, I wasn't aware of this. Thanks for letting me know. Says his recent books, he claims that Ra was Michael. David wasn't humble enough to know he was talking to an archangel. So Michael pretended he was Ra, because that's what angels do, pretend to be Egyptian gods. Yeah, that's another thing. An angel would not use deception. An angel from God would not use deception. So he's wrong on that. Again, failing the test of the prophet yet again. Thank you for that.
What starts to get bizarre is that in our current models of physics, we think that the quantum world is very different than relativistic science. In other words, in physics, you've got quantum mechanics,
I have heard that.
And that's a very discrete body.
His mom's a yoga teacher, wackadoo,
I think.
Relativity
theory, which is a very different type of information. And there's been a great deal of effort to try to unify those two together, including Kaluza-Klein theory, where they said,
he's
okay,
a con artist,
one of the
and
ways we can
I'm
solve
educating
this
people.
seeming discrepancy between quantum mechanics and relativity is we add another dimension. So now we got,
That's interesting.
Einstein gave us 4 dimensions. That's time is supposedly the 4th dimension.
That's interesting, Spooky. I wasn't aware of that.
As we've talked about before. But anyway, then Kaluza-Klein, they say, oh, we're going to give you 5 dimensions now. Because you need that room, that extra 5th dimension
Yeah,
for things
smash
to move
it like
around
it's hot.
for the universe to make sense.
Well, David's Wilcock's universe doesn't make
Crop
sense.
circles were one of the ways in which this story came to me, and it appeared that there was an extraterrestrial intelligence of some kind that wanted to convey information using pictures and symbols. And so that's, again, why I want you to go back and watch the Crop Circle show. One of the most fascinating ones
is the other kind of prophet. Yes, prophet with an F.
That validated a diagram drawn by Salvador Dali, the painter, in which it was one of his religious works. And it was St. John of the Cross.
I agree, R2 Dizzle too. He's not
John
very good at improv.
And you have this tapered in view of Christ on the cross from the top down. It's a very weird angle. And then
of course, some crop circles are going to vaguely resemble some famous paintings. That does not mean that they're prophetic. That does not mean they come from a divine source. That's called coincidence, David Wilcock.
Showed you the writings from Salvador Dali where he says, hey, this came from my dream where I saw this consciousness particle that makes all of creation. And it had this...
Well, you got to love appetite for destruction. Mentira.
Then we had the crop circle that showed us how you could put that image of Jesus on the cross
I agree, Jason
at that
Parker.
angle inside
Absolutely.
the tetrahedron. So again, the tetrahedron is this pyramid shape that's got a triangle bottom.
I noticed that,
DJ. Square bottom like you'd see in Egypt, right? But otherwise, it's very similar to a pyramid.
Again, with the tetrahedron crap.
So this is where we get into the idea that the universe has matrix-like attributes. And this is a fundamental point.
This guy loves the Matrix
some discussion.
He's always referencing it.
When you get into the law of one material, again, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with, as somebody was trying to attack me in the comments about, we're dealing with a source that says that it was known to the ancient Egyptians as Ra. However,
okay, here we go.
If you go back to Graham Hancock's lectures, he talks about how the original Egyptian prophecies from Zep-Tepi, or the first time, they had some very wonderful teachings in there, like where you have to have your heart weighed against a feather. And only if your heart is lighter than the feather are you ready for the next stage of your evolution.
That's Egyptian Book of the Dead.
So somewhere along the line, negative priests and priestesses got involved, and they began using the teachings.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
For negative purposes. And they explained that the Great Pyramid was originally intended to create ascension, to create people having a full light body activation. And the pyramid, unfortunately, was co-opted by the negative, and they began using it for summoning negative entities.
No archaeological, anthropological, or historical evidence to suggest that the Great Pyramids were used to summon entities. Garbage, fake facts.
King's Chamber has a sarcophagus in it made out of granite, a purple granite called porphyry. And that sarcophagus and that whole chamber has very unique acoustic resonant properties. And in modern times, when
as all big stone monuments have interesting acoustic properties, doesn't mean anything.
Led by
it means it's stone, and stone reverberates off of sound reverberates off of stone and stone chambers. Interestingly,
Dr. Alexander Golod, Russian and Ukrainian scientists, actually working together. You can believe that. They built a series of pyramids throughout Russia and Ukraine.
This is complete. What he's about to say is complete and total horseshit. This is pyramid power, garbage claims that were never peer reviewed, never verified, and there's no evidence whatsoever other than a wackadoo's claims. So sorry, not sorry, just repeating a wackadoo who claimed things. And by the way, he's going to go way out on a limb here. Oh yeah, they built a pyramid and it cured cancer. Oh yeah, they built a pyramid and they gave premature babies, water kept in those pyramids and it healed them. There's no actual evidence of this other than some wackadoo claiming it. And pyramid power and all of these ideas have been debunked by real scientists. So apparently all the real scientists in the world are wrong, and David Wilcock and some other wackadoo making wackadoo pyramid claims are scientifically valid. I beg to differ.
And had a wide variety of very competent scientific tests done in these pyramids. The pyramids were made out of PVC pipes and fiberglass facings, fiberglass sheets. They didn't have any metal in them. That was a very important thing. And they were steep like steeples on a church, not like a typical Egyptian pyramid. So these pyramids were actually very interesting because they were able to cause these healings in cancer.
No evidence of that. Zero evidence that sitting inside a fucking... This is where it gets stupid. Listen, if it was that easy to cure cancer, don't you think every doctor in the world would tell cancer patients to build a pyramid and sit inside the fucking thing? This guy is ridiculous with repeating false claims. But that's what we get from a false prophet. False information, fake information, misinformation, disinformation, unproven claims from wackadoos of the past. But weave it all together, try to make a coherent story out of this.
Reduction in tumors from 60% down to 6%.
Again, if sitting in a pyramid reduced tumors from 60% down to 6%, wouldn't every doctor, including your doctor, tell you to sit in a pyramid if you had a tumor, rather than doing invasive surgeries or some other very taxing medical procedure like, oh, I don't know, chemotherapy and radiation? No, just sit in a fucking pyramid. This is so ridiculous.
From direct exposure to carcinogens, highly toxic carcinogens. They had so many stunning effects. There were premature babies that were fed 1 milliliter of water.
Well, they could have been moved,
pyramids, and they had a restoration of perfect health.
At least one archaeologist I'm aware of thinks that they were originally placed in the pyramids, but then moved at some point. There's a lot of explanations. I don't know. For example, I've heard there's a lot of different theories of what the pyramids were. Some people think they were just a grain elevator. David Wilcock thinks that they were a chamber used to summon entities. I'm aware Joseph Farrell, the guy's a Death Star. He believes that the pyramids were a weapon. I think that the pyramids are an ancient mystery. Somebody else said they were nothing more than a grain elevator, which makes a lot of sense, right? Could be any of those things, except for David Wilcock's. We'll just blow his theory to shit. There's no evidence of that. And as far as it being a weapon, I haven't read all of Dr. Farrell's books, but I find that to be a stretch. That they're weapons.
All the babies in the control group who were given water that was not from one of these pyramids, they all died. But every baby that was given the pyramid water lived.
And this is another thing. All you have to do to save a premature baby is give it water that was stored in a pyramid. For those unaware, my first son, Zach, was very premature. Geez, all I had to do was give him pyramid water and he'd have been fine. He didn't need 6 weeks in a NICU unit. Garbage, fake information from a fake prophet.
And again, all you have to do is actually build the right pyramid and store your substance inside the pyramid.
There's always an out. If it doesn't work, you didn't build the pyramid right. Just like the free energy scammers. If it doesn't work, you didn't build it right.
Nothing else needs to happen. There was even a weird prison study where these prisoners were all given jail cells with granite slabs that had been stored inside the pyramid. And all of those prisoners that lived in the pyramid-energized jail cells had remarkable effects on their behavior. They became much more peaceful.
Oh, yeah. All you have to do to solve the prison problem is just give them granite that you stored in a pyramid, right? Someone call the Department of Corrections and let them know that we could cure the problem of criminality in the United States and throughout the whole world. Just give them a slab of rock that was stored in a pyramid. What are his sources for this garbage information? I guarantee you his sources completely and totally fall apart under real scientific scrutiny.
did not commit crimes anymore. They were not fighting anymore. It was a very fascinating situation. So they even found that people with various types of mental illness.
Oh, yeah, you can cure mental illness with this, too. You just make them sit in a pyramid. They won't be crazy anymore. You know, that old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Bipolar disorder would be much calmer and happier and not have mental illness displays.
Yeah, so every physicist in the world is wrong about pyramid power. And every medical doctor is wrong. Every biologist is wrong. But David Wilcock is right, the man who's been wrong about everything. Sure.
In the presence of these pyramids. And again, you can get a compound like water and energize it and then give it to a person and have these stunning effects. So these reports have said, and they never could get them published in mainstream scientific journals.
He should put his tax debt under a pyramid.
This is a very fascinating subject.
Solve your debt problems. Put all your bills in a pyramid, David Wilcock, you dumbass.
Whoops, hold on. My little thing went out. So we're... the matrix concept we were talking about with the universe being like a matrix, and I was extending that through a variety of ideas.
They could have calmed it down with some pyramid stuff.
That's the type of weird electrical problems that just happen. The little screen share thing terminated itself very suddenly.
Uh-oh. Nope.
So we talked about this Salvador Dali vision, this idea that consciousness is made.
Yes, you're right. There is an episode of Mythbusters where they debunked all of David Wilcock's pyramid power bullshit claims. Debunked all of it. And they did some pretty extensive testing, right? So were those guys wrong? Or is David Wilcock the guy who's always wrong? I'm going to bet that this guy who's been wrong about almost everything he's ever said in his career is the one who's wrong here, not Mythbusters, not every scientist, every physicist, every medical doctor, every biologist in the world being wrong and him being right.
Is made from consciousness, and consciousness is making material life. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. The whole
he channeled all the sources
I've been doing over the years
from another
dimension. Proof of the science of God's existence.
You
want to call it that?
Yes.
But I don't really get into the semantic details, and I try to keep this as secular as possible, because people get mad sometimes if you don't.
My money's always on David.
So as I've been through all of this research, the third book that I wrote was called The Synchronicity Key. This was the third published book. And
he should have channeled a relationship expert.
Okay, everybody says the sound is perfect. I don't know how you could have lost sound again.
Yeah, I love it that he has no way to monitor, apparently, his live broadcast. So if somebody in the live chat says there's no sound, he like freaks out like something's wrong.
Sorry about that. These are strange things. I mean, like I'm saying, it's anytime I can actually like do a show and stay on the air, it's kind of amazing. So if I did lose audio for a while.
Yeah, he's under deep state attack. That's why he's having problems. Not that the man who claimed once that he had a 180 IQ doesn't know how to work a computer.
Which it looks like that's what happened to come.
I'm betting he doesn't know how to work this shit.
I'm sorry about that. So, okay. What we've done here is you got to look back on my books. The first book, Sourcefield Investigations, has over 1,000 academic references in it.
Mythbusters
Somebody
is deep
was saying
state.
David is not a scientist. Well, I've had honorary doctorate offered to me. I haven't accepted it just because of time.
Oh, he's going to get an honorary doctorate.
Because the trolls will never be satisfied. If you have a degree, then they say that it's not real or you didn't earn it or whatever. But the point is, if you actually bother to go back and read my books instead of just making angry comments on the internet.
Oh, by the way, the book that he's mentioning, Sourcefield Investigations, is also filled with stories from Pete Peterson, that senile old man who claimed that he worked for Ronald Reagan but never did. That senile old man who claimed that he was a science and technology advisor for the Reagan administration, but he never was. The man who claimed he was an early computer pioneer but never was. The man who claimed he worked for the Russian equivalent of NASA but never did. The man who claimed he won the Russian Order of Lenin Award but never did. We've proven all of that. So the book that he's saying, look, all my proof is in that book, is filled with stories from a fake government whistleblower. filled with stories from a fake senile old man that was a con artist, a proven con artist.
As I just saw a few here, then you'll see that I've actually done an incredible amount of scientific research, and I've created vast new interpretations of how we look at the universe based primarily upon what the Law of One was saying. And yes, it wasn't
You can't monitor his live, but he has
set of
12
works,
cams,
but
yeah.
it really captivated me because I had been putting together an alternative science model that had a lot to do with geometry.
Oh no, I hope
It
you're
was
not
based upon
for
crop
real.
circles I'd been seeing
Zippo
for years at
Fanatics,
this
this David
point.
is legit, guys.
And it's like, wow, here it's all coming together in this Law of One stuff. I'm very
Can't
fascinated
screw
by
in a light
this.
bulb. 180
And
IQ.
what the Law of One discusses as the
I know.
overarching
That's
concept
coming. It'll
is
come.
this 25,000 year
Somebody
cycle.
said they want to see
It goes
David
on and
Wilcock
on
interview
throughout the
David
whole
Grush.
series of books, the 25,000 year cycle. Okay, so people say they can hear me now. Your device might lose audio. Okay, whatever. All right.
What
So we
toilet
find
paper school
out
is going
as
to give
we read the Law
Wilcock
of
a
One
degree?
that they're always
Yeah.
talking about this 25,000 year cycle, and we are very near the end of
Exactly. An
whatever this
honorary
cycle
doctorate
is.
is
They
a
were
joke.
predicting in the Law of One that the cycle would end about 30 years
Oh, thanks,
after
Zippo. Yeah,
the time they were
I
speaking,
did it
which
for
was
you.
around
For
February
all of you,
1981.
so you didn't have to.
So 30 years after 1981 brings you to 2011, February 2011. So
Yeah, we should
now
do
you're
that.
within 1
We
year
should
of the
love
Mayan
bomb 'em,
calendar
though.
end date. All right. So check this out. There's all this scholarship about the 25,000 year cycle, about how it fits in with all these different levels of sacred science. I've been through this for quite a long time.
I agree. He has
I've done
no
it on
idea how
many
to do
different
scientific
occasions.
research.
And okay, let me go.
And did you hear
Yeah,
he said that his one book has 1,000 cited sources? Yeah, that's the 50 to 60% that he copied and pasted from other bullshit artists, usually, right? That means that his book is half copied and pasted from other people. 1,000 references? You copied and pasted 1,000 things into your book?
Close that door.
And by the
Hold on
way,
a
that
second.
doesn't make you right. Look at the sources he uses. He uses garbage sources, disproven, debunked garbage, fake scientists and doctors and pyramid power proponents.
Everybody, we're gonna take a little break.
He's got to take a break to fix his microphones because the man with the 180 IQ can't work a goddamn live stream. And I mean, I occasionally have tech problems, but not like this guy. I think it's great. DeVry Institute. Yeah. Anybody can buy a degree, right? In honor of Project Scam-A-Lot, says Ultra Terrestrial. Welcome.
So my my furnace over there, I had the door open and it just started making one of the most loud and obnoxious rattling noises I've ever heard it make. Basically the worst noise I've ever heard it make. Right while we're doing the show, right?
David has
So
a
I'm just
disclaimer.
going to
He's
stop
fried.
the show and get this all back to working. So anyway,
It's
the
that sweet
25,000
7
year
camera
cycle
setup.
is this
Yes.
big focal point in the Law
Yeah,
of One.
and
They
by the
talk
way,
about it all the time. They
he
say
talks
we're going
about
through-
being $1.4 million in debt, and then he complains that he just bought a 7th camera. Because that's what you need when you're $1.4 million in debt, to buy another expensive camera. Because 6 cameras to do a live stream is not enough. You need 7. And by the way, one of the reasons that I have different camera angles, it really did start for me with trolling David Wilcock. I'll freely admit that, because he claimed that he spent thousands and thousands of dollars. He claimed that he spent thousands and thousands of dollars on his live stream setup, and I'm here to tell you that I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have a 6 camera setup in here. I'm not using them all because there's some mess in here that I don't want you to see. But I made a 6 camera setup for like pennies. You don't need $7,000 cameras, despite what he tells you, right? And we thank Tales of the Sonic Voyage because you deserve more than Wilcock. Thanks for 2 things: being a member and for helping us to praise the cash. 334. Praise the cash, Tales of the Sonic Voyage. And thank you for being a member. Thanks for appreciating us. We appreciate you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Friend. lens. Boy, that's a good shot right there. I'm gonna clip that. Look at that. That is a great shot. That's the shot that he's gonna make when he's arrested. You know, they're like, put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your head, right? This is great.
Through a 25,000-year galactic evolutionary cycle. And at the end of this cycle, they say that we're going to have something that they refer to as a consciousness shift. They call it a quantum leap. I've often used the word ascension.
Oh, we're going to have ascension.
So I'm reading this.
Yeah, he's been talking about ascension. He sold three $333 courses on ascension. Show me somebody that ascended based on the information that he sold them, especially people that took all 3 courses. And by the way, I know a few people. They spent $999 and didn't ascend. And let me tell you, most of the people that I talked to that bought all 3 courses were pretty pissed off. They didn't get their superpowers. They didn't ascend. But don't worry, David Wilcock got $1,000 for nonsense.
And I'm seeing, wait a minute, they're predicting that there's going to be some massive change in the basic nature of the human being by like 2011. And that's within 1 year of the Mayan calendar end date of December 21st, 2012.
Really? I haven't seen that, Zizix.
Now, I spent a long time researching the Mayan calendar, and I knew
that's his free energy
there
device.
were all these different cycles interconnected.
Yeah, and he was completely wrong about everything that he said leading up to 2012. He was completely and totally wrong about what would happen in December 2012. You know what happened in December 2012? Nothing. Nothing that he said would happen. We didn't get any superpowers. There was no mass solar event. There was no mass arrests. Nothing happened. And he just went away for a little while. Then he came back with a new grift.
Mayan calendar. It's a very fascinating thing how it puts all these different cycles in order. And that's a talk that's way outside the scope of what I'm doing here, but it is in my book.
I agree, Talbot. And thanks for being a member.
I've done it in other YouTube videos if you go back.
Stale pea and bull bottled water. Yes.
So they talk about this concept of a 25,000-year cycle, but then they also use the term master cycle, and they imply that there are minor cycles as well. And there is a consistent theme of the idea that history is cyclical and that events are not really random at all, but they're operating in very specific patterns.
And this is, again, stuff that he said a bunch of times.
This is where, again,
he didn't prove it the last 5 times he talked about this word salad, new age nonsense.
History is cyclical, and that's my 3rd book, The Synchronicity Key. I go through some fascinating information that we're going to review again today.
It may have been the synchronicity key.
The reason I want to review this is because we're in such a period of peak crisis and uncertainty. And so I wanted to get through this stuff so you understand that we're in a galactic cycle.
Well, that's interesting, Jason Parker.
All part of an organized, intelligent universe.
My wife can make me tremble.
We're in a very guarded and guided timeline that has a positive outcome. So I'm not doom and gloom.
I got to check for this disclaimer
I don't think
before
the things
talking
that we're
about.
seeing in the world right now are leading to anything bad at all. In fact, it appears to be leading to a cinematic tearjerker ending, like at the end of a great UFO movie or something.
It's going to happen like a great UFO movie, right? The big things are going to happen. Big things are always going to happen any day now, but they never do. Remember, 1 month ago, he claimed that these mass arrests and all these big changes would be happening, and nothing that he said happened. I don't see anything about a disclaimer of having his brain fried by LSD. But yeah, I don't know what people are referencing, so links would be helpful.
I mean, that's literally where I see this going, and that's the main prophecy I wanted to talk to you about. So again, we're seeing that history is cyclical, not linear.
I can't find it.
And there is a story that we're running through.
David is watching Independence Day, getting new intel for his next stream. Yes.
The Law of One is probably the most difficult to understand when we get into book 4. And they start talking
Wilcock's
about
rifts are cyclical. Yes, absolutely.
This is a very intense discussion that has to do with the 21 cards of the major arcana of the tarot deck, which apparently go back 10, 11,000 years ago plus.
His
And those
ability
21
to just weave together a whole bunch of disconnected nonsense. So far, we've got pyramid power. Now the Great Pyramids, pyramid power, cyclical things. History is a cycle.
cards.
Unproven physics theories that don't make any sense to a real physicist.
There's actually 22 if you include the
Now we're into tarot cards.
Fool. But then there's 7. There's 3 groups of 7.
None of these things
as
are
it turns
connected,
out. That's how the
but
law
he's
of one
connecting them
phrases it.
anyway.
So these are the pictured in the tarot cards, and the reason why you can have a great tarot reading and why these cards are so good at predicting people's future is and describing their current situation to them. If you've played around with tarot cards, you can see that, you know, it's surprisingly insightful. You just pop a question on them and you shuffle the cards and you make a spread, and wow, you know, that actually kind of answered what I was thinking about. So once I started having contact with Archangel Michael, he didn't want me to use tarot cards anymore, and I stopped. But it is a good training wheel for.
Yeah, and here he's resting on a biblical principle, and this is another thing. The use of tarot cards or divination is against the Hebrew and the Christian God and the Hebrew and the Christian beliefs, and I believe the Muslim beliefs as well in Islam. So maybe he's doing trying to display, oh, I'm really talking to an angel because he told me biblically correct to stop using tarot cards. Okay.
For a lot of people,
still doesn't prove he's talking to an angel. He fails the test of the prophet multiple times. He's failed the test of a prophet. He is no prophet. He's a false prophet full of fake stories and disinformation and fake people telling more fake stories, but he's not a real prophet.
Of cards.
Unless you spell prophet with an F.
Can do this. But again, there's the main part of the tarot is called the Major Arcana, and they each have a different name. And these represent 22 archetypes in the galactic mind. So it took a long time to kind of put this all together.
I agree, Randy. That's what's happening here.
These 22 archetypes all
brain is a blender with a shovel load of new age crap. Hit the button and mix it all into a bowl smoothie. And again with the hero's journey.
Humanity on Earth.
He loves the hero's journey, which was used in Star Wars, which was used in Lord of the Rings, and a bunch of other works of fiction.
And throughout the galaxy, we are all led by this one galactic mind, or logos, which could be called the Christ consciousness. And it designed
now he's grifting on
galaxy,
Jesus.
So the law of one says, to have intelligent stars, and each of those stars gets to choose what type of beings are going to incarnate in its solar system on its planets.
Okay, so the sun gets to choose what kind of beings, and it's not physics, not the laws of nature. The sun or the star in each star system gets to choose that. Where did he get this bull from? Oh, the law of one, which is a channeled unproven work, which also fails the test of a prophet, not from a divine source.
So the way that we look, the skin color that we have,
heroic
part of the personality of our local sun. But apparently the overall design of a human being is the galactic design. So you have these differentiations that are really fascinating. And so we're basically all human in this galaxy in one form or another. They might look quite different, but they're all going to be governed by this one set of archetypes, these 22 archetypes. Now, what do those archetypes really represent? They represent stages of maturation, growing up in mind, body, and spirit.
This is opinion.
7 for the mind, 7 for the body, 7 for the spirit.
This is just his opinion.
And a lot of times people neglect the body in their spiritual discipline. They get all into the cognitive and into, books and learning and reading and study. And I was like that for a long time. My body has really transformed. It actually looks pretty leopard-like now.
Well, that's interesting.
I'm always eating a great diet, and I'm out here in the mountains. I did figure out I have to stay the heck away from vegan cheese, actually. And I'm going to do a whole show on that, believe it or not, because I found out it had corn and potato starch in it. And ever since I stopped eating the vegan cheese, and now I'm just having a really, really
God,
basic
could you imagine
diet
the
of
gas
meat,
this clown
vegetables,
has?
fruit,
He's
nuts.
eating vegan
I've had much better
cheese.
experience.
By the way, you ever tried vegan
So,
cheese? It tastes like ass.
there is a story that is told by the archetypes, by these 22 archetypes, and it is the hero's journey. The hero's journey was explored by Joseph Campbell in the slide we're going to have in a
Fiberglass
minute here.
panels. Oh, we're gonna have some
Talk about that.
slides. Yeah, he's gonna
What
get the
Star Wars
slides
is based
working
on. And
again.
in fact,
Good.
when
I'm
I
no
got to
longer
Hollywood
disappointed.
and I started to explore how could I get a feature film made that talks about this amazing science that I've been so into. Well, okay, you know, I got to read screenwriting books. I start reading all these screenwriting books, and every one of them says every story in
La
a movie
la.
is
I
basically
agree,
the same thing.
Stormcrow. Yeah.
And I'll go through in a minute here
Brown
what those
cashews.
components of the story are. But together, as we go through
The vegan
this
cheese
hero's
set
journey,
off
we're
all
doing
smoke
this not
alarms.
only in our individual lives,
Yes, this is science.
we're doing this on a
R2
collective
says,
level,
this is not
and
science.
my
This is
research
garbage.
led me to conclude that the cycles of history, which are very real and very repetitive, the cycles of history will actually change depending on
You ever notice he's an expert on everything? Now he's an expert on history. He's an expert in nutrition. He's an expert in ancient cultures. He's an expert in physics. He's an expert in astronomy. He's an expert at literally everything. That's how you know he's full of shit, right? You ever meet a person like that? They're just an expert at everything. You can't, there's not enough time in an average lifetime to become an expert at one thing, let alone all these different scientific disciplines, right? Oh, he's also an expert in free energy. He's also an expert in anti-gravity technology, though he can't prove shit about any of those claims.
we're doing from one cycle to the next. So it's like we're a stylus and we're always creating new information in the cycle. So there are events that come in from the past. They do overlay onto the present and they repeat themselves in
He
phenomenal
talks
ways.
about
as
himself
I'm
when he
about
has
to
no
describe.
answer, says Zizix. Yes.
But we're also changing the outcome. So it's
Oh, I
it's a
forgot.
living form
I
of
have it in
karma.
the
We may very
freezer.
well have incarnated
Yeah,
in these
for those
past cycles
unaware,
of history.
David
we may-
Wilcock claimed that he had 2 months. He had 2 months worth of ribeye bison steaks to the tune of thousands of dollars in his freezers in his garage. So everybody contributed, and we praised the cash one night. And I do have a ribeye bison steak in my freezer. The next time we do a stream, I will eat that ribeye bison steak and see how the grifter half lives while we do this. I apologize. I want to thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is in the freezer. We'll pull it out. I'll thaw it out and grill that bitch up for the next David Wilcock Wacky World of
Look
Wilcock
the same
episode.
back-
He's back now. He's going to keep making these streams full of bull. He's got a course to sell.
then as we do now.
And by the way, that's the only reason that he does these streams. It's all just a marketing funnel.
Our faces are going to be very similar. We have the same types of events happen to us in our lives in both cycles, in both lifetimes. And
The man
there
is
a
obviously a
point in the
genius. Yes,
cycle
Rusty
where
Spoon,
we
you're right.
reach the bottom, where we hit the crisis. And now it appears that this is happening on a global level.
Don't cut the
again,
cheese, Wilcock. Yes.
I believe we're now at the apex
He's the world's
of
most
the galactic
interesting.
story.
Oh,
And just
now
to
we're
show
at the
you
apex.
How crazy this all is. This is actually true.
Listen,
just
we were
2
at the
nights ago,
apex. We were at the. This is great too. This is proof positive. A bunch of people sent me this timestamp. David Wilcock watches every one of my Wacky World of Wilcock episodes because in this next explanation, he's going to try to explain away why he makes these huge claims and there's never any police reports at his local police precinct for the claims that he makes of people trespassing or trying to kill him. Now he's claiming over 100 gunshots near my property on Friday night. There's no police reports of it. There's no police reports of gunshots in his area, in his local police precinct. So David Wilcock is going to sit here and tell you that he heard over 100 gunshots near his property, but he didn't call the police or fill out a report. He's just going to let somebody shoot 100 bullets near his house. And I'm here to tell you that that's got to be a false claim. I don't know. Maybe it's just me because I have a family and children. But if there was one gunshot near my home, I would call the police and at least have them check it out or fill out a report about it. No reports.
I had somebody go on a shooting spree directly outside my house. Yeah, I don't know what was going on exactly. Somebody might have been in the hiking trails.
And by the way, I do not believe that David Wilcock is manly enough to know what a gunshot really sounds like, because that would require that he actually has fired weapons before. I can tell a gunshot from firecrackers. Can he? Could have been kids with firecrackers on the front road near his house. Could have been anything. But he's going to claim it's gunshots, and he's under attack because his information is so important. People are trying to intimidate him and stop him from getting this important information out to humanity. Sure. And somebody's shooting a gun with 100 times. They shot a gun near his house, but he didn't call the police or anything, right?
Shooting spree directly outside my house.
And he explains that why there's no police
going on exactly. Somebody might have been in the hiking trails.
Yeah, and you know that he's watching my show because I've called him out on a number of occasions for making these claims, and then I go and check. I know it's crazy, but I go and check with his local police precinct to see if anybody filled out police reports for the various attacks that he always claims to be under. There's never any police reports, but he's going to explain that, which proves definitively that he watches Truthseekers.
We speculated that there might be a landowner nearby, that there's a guy who apparently came many years ago and did this, but it was some kind of handgun, and it went on for 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Let me know in the live chat. Does the live chat think that David Wilcock can tell what a handgun shot sounds like versus a rifle shot or a firecracker or anything else? Does this man look like he has a great deal of manly firearms experience? Remember, he's an expert at everything. Now he's an expert on gunshots and the sound of gunshots and how to properly identify whether it's a handgun or a rifle, a shotgun, or anything else. Sure.
From 5:45 to 8 o'clock local time. He had a magazine that would probably have 10 shots in it because a lot of times he'd just blow one off all at once. Bang, 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 10 shots in a row. It was really, really loud. It was scary as hell because it's right outside my house. I don't know if I'm going to get hit by crossfire.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get hit by gunshots. So he's so concerned that somebody's shooting guns right outside of his house, right? But he doesn't call the police? Somebody's shooting guns right outside your house. You're not going to call the police? He didn't call the police. There's no police report of this event.
I personally did not report it. I talked to my neighbor about it, and it was so massive. So many people around here.
See that? Now he's explaining my debunks, right?
Were probably affected by this, that I highly doubt that it didn't get called in.
It didn't get called in.
I also was on the edge of my seat last night thinking, well, is he going to do it again? I don't know. So this is real. I mean, this actually, I took the time to make the slide, folks. I mean, I'm not making this up.
Oh, that's his proof that this event happened, that he made a slide for it. Not a police report, a slide. Not logs of him calling the police about gunshots for hours and hours and hours. Somebody's outside of his house for hours and hours and hours shooting a gun off, and he doesn't call the police. Montauk Jerkoff with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat says it's also deer season in most places. Yeah. Occam's razor. What's the most reasonable explanation for hearing gunshots? I don't think you'd hear 100 gunshots, but I can tell you this. Up during and right before deer season and turkey season near my cabin in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania, you hear a lot of gunshots. A lot of times it's not somebody hunting, it's somebody setting up some targets and getting some target practice in so that when they go hunting, they're up to speed and they're accurate again. Routinely, hunters that I know will do target practice the week or so before they go. Somebody shooting off 100 gunshots is most likely somebody doing target practice. He's in a rural area in Colorado. That's the most reasonable explanation, but thank you for pointing that out, Montauk J.O., and thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the cash, bitches. And by the way, we read every single super chat. So we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated. Yes, I agree. That's another fine point. Amy Collins points out, anyone that lives in isolation with bizarre ideas long enough gets paranoid and might start hearing things. I don't know about you, but if I heard somebody shooting guns right outside of my house for hours on end, I would call the police. He didn't.
It went on and on and on. It was very loud. The windows were actually kind of bulging a little bit from the concussion of it.
What? If somebody's shooting guns close enough to your house to shake the windows, they're within 100 yards of you. That's my guess based on my own firearms experience. I could be wrong, but within a few hundred yards of you, if it's close enough to shake the windows in your house and rattle your windows, you need to call the police. He didn't. Why?
And I guess I'm in the country. I'm in Colorado, so shut your mouth because it's forestry and people can do what they want. I don't know. Maybe that's the way it is, but there's a lot of families around here. There's a lot of children around here. There's a lot of wildlife. You know, I have a turkey sanctuary. I take care of them, keep them fed so they don't die from predators. It was just crazy. And it really, again, shows to me another layer of how we're all going through this dark night of the soul.
I believe you, Randy. I don't believe he can tell the difference.
As clever as it is, you've seen the crazy things that happen when I try to take a trip. I go out to Las Vegas, I have crazy things happen.
Yeah, he didn't record
LA, I have
record
crazy
it.
things happen.
Why didn't he film? Go outside and film
I feel
it.
a lot safer here because, you know, there's nobody shooting guns off around my house. Oh, well.
It went for hours. He didn't have time to record it.
Cross that one off the list. Anyway, these are all artifacts.
Yes, he is, Jason Parker. He's just a QAnon tarot deck.
Very tense global event, and when you really learn the cycle science, what I wrote,
we're all going through this really intense global event.
In the third book, Synchronicity Key, you find out that
plug the book. He's plugged his books 5 times so far. We're only 35 minutes into the stream.
Cyclical events
5 plugs.
Are repeated in history, and they can be precisely tracked.
I agree, Rebel Soul.
And there's some very incredible.
I'm going out on a limb and saying if it was a very high caliber rifle or shotgun, maybe within 100 yards. But yeah, if it was a handgun, and he said it was a handgun, you'd have to be like really close to somebody's house to shake their windows, especially a multi-million-dollar mansion windows. They probably have double pane, very good modern windows.
That explains this. Now,
but hey, don't let things like facts and logic and evidence get in the way of a good fake story you can tell on your live stream to make people think you're in danger because your information is so important.
The people who came up with the scholarship, all they had was like, okay, well, there's these interesting things happening involving time.
I would think so too, R2 Dizzle too. Good point.
One of the basic ones that is the most exciting.
I agree, 5x5 News. Yeah.
So you have the age of Taurus, the age of Pisces, the age of Leo, whatever. Those are 2,160 years long.
Well, better late than never. Welcome.
And we don't know
carrier
why the
exploration
ancient societies tracked this so much, why they assigned an astrological animal to each of these ages, and there's 12 altogether. But 2,160 years times 12 ages of the zodiac.
Squirrels got into a
25,000
Moose Mafia war.
It's that same 25,000 year cycle that they were talking about in the Law of One. So we'll talk about the work of Professor Anatoly Fomenko.
Yeah, maybe the Illuminati will cut his brake lines again.
And others that I summarized in Synchronicity Key, which led to the conclusion that, wow, we do have these repeating events in time. That
David talked to Pete Peterson about it.
Very precise cycles like the age of the zodiac. But they never had a theoretical model that could explain what these cycles are. How
100 shots over several hours is not a shooting spree.
Identify any type of energetic structure that allows this to occur? And the answer is absolutely yes.
That's a military guy, right? Weren't you in the military, Bottle Water? Where are you military guys to fact check this bullshit? The structure is large-scale geometry in space.
So I've talked about this before, but the planetary orbits are very exciting because we see relationships of two of my favorite geometries between Earth, Mars, and Venus. So this is a diagram created by John Martineau.
Rusty Spoon says, personally, I believe every word this genius says.
Is the relationship between Venus and Mars. And what we see on the bottom is the relationship between Earth and Mars.
Yeah.
So as we look at this, we can see that there's a series of
Again,
lines
this is
that are
somebody's
all
theory.
broken
This
hashtag
isn't
lines
fact. This
inside
isn't
these
real.
spheres.
It's some guys
And
who
those
proved
lines
the
create
New
geometry.
Age
So on the
theory.
top, you have a broken line geometry inside, underneath all these balls that you're seeing.
Now he's talking about
And
balls.
it's very
getting
faint, but
dirty
you
in
can
here.
see, okay, yeah, you know what? There's 5-sided faces. And if I look at that thing, it's a dodecahedron. It looks like a soccer ball, and it's got 5-sided pentagonal faces. The one on the bottom is a series of triangles.
Good point, R2
There's a
Dizzle.
total of
The
20 of them
historical
in this
record doesn't
case.
go back
And they're
25,000 years. So
equilateral
how does he
triangles,
know
and they
there's
form a shape
historical
called the
cycles?
icosahedron. So you don't
Just
really
made
need
up
to know what they're
nonsense.
called.
That's
It
how
helps if you're
R2
following
Dizzle
along
too.
with my work, because I drop these names all the time, and they can be confusing if you haven't heard this before. But these are shapes, as I said in previous videos that I hope you will go and watch, that these are vibrational structures. They're caused by vibration. They're formed
He has
because
no
our
evidence of
planets
that.
and our solar system and the galaxies, the whole universe, is inside this liquid bath. There's like a fluid-like medium
He does have
that
a
we
180
are
plus
living in
intelligence.
and surrounded
Yes,
by.
180 IQ. He's smarter than
And the whole
Einstein, everybody.
universe has this liquid in there, and there are fascinating structures of super galaxies where huge numbers of galaxies cluster together, and they form these geometric patterns. I talk about that in my new video course, Sacred Science of the Michael Prophecies.
That's the 7th. I think that's the 7th plug for Buy My Crap. Now he's plugging his latest course.
That's in there. All of this kind of interesting stuff. The Trojan asteroids around Jupiter are in a weird triangular pattern of how they flow through each other, as well as the Hilda asteroids. You look at that, which isn't in this talk, but it's fascinating. These geometric structures are real. And in the last show, which again is free on YouTube, I have a cinematic re-upload. I highly recommend you see that one, called Crop Circle Prophecies.
I love what he calls a cinematic
We're
re-upload.
talking about how the crop circles illustrated this geometry, which is now showing up in places like this. Wait a minute. You're saying that the spacing between the planets is caused by these geometric objects? Yes. So in this case, we can go through the whole solar system. That's what John Martineau did. And he found geometry that looks like this stuff that's in all of the different planetary relationships. And you don't hear about this, even though it was endorsed by formerly Prince, now King Charles of England.
Okay, so because some member of the royal family said it
The
must be.
geometry is a very amazing way to precisely show how far apart the planets are from each other if you correct their orbits from ellipses into circles. You make them perfect spheres. That's a big part of how this works, because the geometry exists in a perfect spherical plane, but then the solar system is pushed as we move through the Milky Way galaxy, thus causing the elliptical orbits of the planets as delineated by Kepler. So another really strange example of how this geometry works is in the 5-pointed relationship between Earth and Venus when it conjoins. Again, it looks evil. Oh my God, it's a pentagram. But this is actually what we get. So let's take a look at how this actually happens.
He has no idea.
I got to go back and make sure that actually animates. Is it going to
This is
animate?
more speculation.
Oh, it's not animating. Okay, well, what happens is that I'll fix that in post if I decide to go back and make a new version of this, but it does create that illustration that I was just showing you here before. So let's cut back to this so we have something to look at.
Sniff.
What you're seeing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the 5 different places where Earth and Venus have a conjunction. So the first conjunction is at the bottom, the second conjunction is at the top right, the third is at the bottom left.
More New Age nonsense. If you look deeply enough at all the different orbits, you're going to find weird shapes. This proves nothing.
And so on.
So is the universe
does that mean Earth and
satanic?
Venus are evil? No. I mean, this geometry was not originally evil. It's been made evil by people trying to assign certain symbolic value to it. Now, that being said, there's no way I'm going to wear
Good
it.
point, troll. They'd have to be
But
within
it is
10
just
yards of his
5-sided
house.
geometry
to
that
shake
does
his
show up
windows.
all over the place in these weird things in the universe. But isn't it the nature of the negative to try to infringe
No,
on
he's
whatever
not an
is
astrophysicist.
fun
He's
and
just an
comfortable
expert in
and nice,
astrophysics somehow.
and co-opt it for
He
its
read
own
some books.
purposes? That's exactly what we see happening. So when we learn about this geometry in our solar system and we see how the planets are spaced apart this way, the next big reveal
I agree.
that I have
It happened
as I've
over
said many
hours.
times
He should
before,
have the
to
tape of
understanding
it,
the
right?
25,000-year cycle
He doesn't.
is that the 25,000-year cycle is not
The metal
caused
and
by
crack
the
have
Earth
him
wobbling on its axis. It's actually caused by
You mean the
our
men in black or
orbit
the metal and
of a
crack?
nearby
I
star
think
system
it is the metal and
binary
crack.
cluster.
Yes.
So that's pretty fascinating because once we do
Rusty
this,
Spoon,
once
keep
we
telling
put
you,
a
genius,
binary
how can
star
you
system
doubt
in
this
place,
man?
the closest star system we have to us is Alpha Centauri. And Alpha Centauri has a little star known as Proxima Centauri. And as you've heard me talk about in previous YouTube videos, Proxima Centauri had a very strange
Well, that's all been
solar
proven to be
flash
fake,
that
basically,
made it
Armor.
10 times brighter and gave off, so much heat that it would have scorched all life on the surface of the planets around it.
Okay, so there was a solar flash event at a nearby star system. Just so everybody's aware, there's solar flash events in nearby star systems literally all the time. I don't know about the frequency of which, but like that means nothing.
And this happened
But
almost exactly on December 21st,
it did not happen on December 21st. We debunked that claim last time.
2012.
He was days or a week off.
Again, this ties back in with the idea that we are orbiting this star and that the Mayan calendar end date, in my original scientific estimation, we were going to get a solar flash. We were going to get that type of a thing happening here.
It wasn't his estimation.
Somehow didn't happen.
It was his total prediction that we were going to have a solar flash event on December 12th, 2012, and that we were all going to get light bodies and superpowers, and we were all going to ascend. None of that shit happened. None of that happened. But hey, a solar event did happen at a nearby star system, so I was still right. No, you were completely and totally wrong, and you failed the test of a prophet back in 2012. Now you're here again with new fake prophecies, still failing the test of a prophet.
It somehow happened next door, but not here, and that really blew me away. I could not figure out what was going on. So then I remembered that Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev, the famous Russian scientist, proved that there is instant communication going on between binary star pairs. So what he would do is he would look at their brightness fluctuations, and he would notice that there were certain fluctuations that both stars
and quite frequently, Randy.
And so he called this superluminal communication
exploration.
because superluminal means faster than light speed, and it's much faster than light speed. These stars might be 4 light years apart, 8 light years apart, 20 light years apart. But then they're having these instantaneous fluctuations that affect both of them at the same time.
Delivery slip,
and he was able to demonstrate this scientifically. So therefore, it's very interesting, once again, that Proxima Centauri had an actual solar flash. When you check out when the light was released, it was around December 21st, 2012.
I said December 12th or earlier. I meant December 21st.
So
whatever the Mayan calendar date
by
was.
Far the
By the way, he's
most
wrong about that.
Result of
It
any
wasn't
of the
on
work
that
that
date.
I've done up
It
until
was near
now,
that.
I would say
Sure.
that I'm on the record, in writing, in print, on videos, at conferences, in all these different media forms, talking about my belief that there was going to be a solar flash on December 21st, 2012.
He said it was going to be on Earth, though, not a nearby star system. So he failed the test of a prophet back then in 2012, leading up to 2012. 2010, he started the what's going to happen in 2012 grift, I believe, or maybe even in 2008, as best I recall.
Getting my ass out on the line for it and taking a lot of heckling and a lot of abuse from people over this. But then to find out, oh my God, there actually was a solar flash on the closest star next to us. And when you account
this was
for the
all
fact
in
that it's
4.262
light years away,
again.
The light was released somewhere around
this is
December
his proof
24th
that he's a
25th,
prophet.
2012. That's the closest.
His proof that he's a prophet. I talked about a solar flash event happening in our solar system. And hey, it didn't happen in our solar system, but it happened in a nearby solar system. So I was right. I'm a prophet. No, you were completely and totally wrong, and you failed the test of a prophet.
And that's interesting too, because it's Christmas. And so it's almost like the fact that it's closer to Christmas than December 21st is part of the message.
Yes.
And the message is it's a Christmas gift for planet Earth. Well, what kind of Christmas gift? Well, apparently
I
it
agree.
actually
It
did
could be
for
true,
us
but it
is
doesn't
it
prove anything.
delayed our solar flash from happening here. Now, I didn't say that it stopped it from happening. I said it delayed it. Apparently,
Yeah, listen, if there's a solar flash event in one solar system, it does nothing to affect the sun of another solar system, unless those solar systems are within, a light year or half a light year of each other. One solar flash event happening at a nearby star system does nothing to affect our sun. Ask any astrophysicist, ask any astronomer, ask any physicist. He's just completely and totally wrong here. He's saying, oh, well, that solar flash happened in a nearby event and it delayed the solar flash I said was going to happen here. That's garbage.
all the fireworks that were going to happen here on December 21st, 2012 took place over there. But this was because we are being led through a non-catastrophic ascension.
Well, before it was a catastrophic ascension. Now it's
I went back
non-catastrophic.
and looked
So
at these
he
transcripts.
had to retcon things.
I did my own type of law of one, as it turns out, and that started in November 1996, and it extended through well past the year 2000. And I've just spent the last 2 years of my life going back through all of this material from the late 1990s and turning it into finished books. And I never, ever thought I was going to do that. I had completely distanced myself from it. It originally started out, I was using remote viewing.
Andy.
I got something called the Dream Voice. It began.
I think there was a solar event.
I've talked about this in many other shows. This was
at Proxima Centauri.
Some type of higher
intelligence.
intelligence.
Doesn't prove anything.
And it
doesn't prove he was right. He was totally wrong.
Phenomenon. It seemed to understand.
Oh, it was only millions of miles off of where the event would happen.
It seemed to be very connected to the law of one. It was endorsing me reading the law of one, and it would quote from it as if it knew. It wasn't for a couple of years that it revealed that it was the same source that was the law of one. Now people say, "Oh my gosh, it's Egyptian. That's scary." It's
yeah, which was the Egyptian god Ra. So he can't get his story straight. Is the source of your prophecies the Egyptian god Ra, who you claimed you channeled previously, or is the source of your prophecies, which you now claim in your marketing material, is the Archangel Michael? How is he going to square that circle?
Evil. Well, no. What they said was that the pyramid was built as a monument to the coming Christ, and then it got co-opted by the negative. And all the Christian symbolism is still there. And in my YouTube videos, if you go back through some of the great cinematic re-uploads I've done recently, there's stuff in there about the pyramid and how the pyramid is totally a Christian monument. It even shows the image of a cross on the desert floor when sun is reflecting on it during the summer solstice.
Yeah, that could be a coincidence, you dummy. And by the way, I've been Christian since birth. There's no evidence that the pyramids have anything to do with Christianity at all. Full stop. End of story. Where is he getting this? Oh, well, if the sun shines a certain way, you might see a cross. So that's proof.
Back when it still had
childish and
gleaming white limestone casing stones on it.
Oh, so you can't even see that
what
now.
We're told by
it was only back when they had the limestone white casing stones that cross effect could be seen. So where did he get this from? Is he just making stuff
as all this information came together, and I've now published it, is that we are going to get a first wave of ascension.
Wait, we're going to get the first wave of ascension now? But he's been selling ascension courses for like 10 years now, right? Or 5 years at least. He sold 3, I believe, different courses on ascension. And we still haven't gotten the first wave of ascension. But don't worry, now we're going to get the first wave of ascension. Sure.
Is not catastrophic and does not involve the earth being destroyed. However, we are going to get the positive results that are in many of the prophecies from various ancient cultures, as I will again discuss.
What about his prophecies of us all getting superpowers in the year 2000? Then his prophecies of us all getting light bodies and superpowers and ascending in December 2012. None of that happened, but don't worry. Now he's making new false predictions, new false prophecies of the coming ascension, this thing that he's been talking about for ages.
So we're going to get the positive results of the prophecies, but not the catastrophe. Now, why would this happen? Apparently,
Good
the
point,
universe really
R2
doesn't
Dizzle
want
2. It
people
makes
to
no sense.
die
Doesn't have to make
at the
sense.
end
It's
of
the
these
wacky
cycles.
world of
There's
Wilcock.
many efforts that
Doesn't
are
make
made to try to
sense. It
forestall
never
that
makes
from happening.
sense.
But the normal consequence of the sun giving off this huge burst of light
I agree, Amy Collins.
is
100%.
essentially an extinction level event for life as we know it in our level of reality. That's what would normally happen. And there's evidence in past geological epochs
People told him
that these solar
Yes,
flashes
we're
did
right.
happen, and there was indeed very catastrophic damage to the life on Earth. In book 2 of the Michael prophecies, I dragged out all of this information on this stuff that I didn't want to talk about before. I've been holding on to it for many years about radiation damage to the
So
dinosaurs.
remember, he is claiming that the same source that told him that a massive solar event would happen in December 2012 and all life on Earth would be changed forever and we'd all ascend and get superpowers is the very same source that he is using to sell his new books. But that source was completely and totally wrong about a solar flash happening in our solar system. Therefore, his information source is not from divine or angelic sources because it was wrong already and wrong in his first book already. He fails the test of a prophet in any measure. These are the same sources. Oh, and he's claiming that Ra lied to him. The archangel Michael lied to him and said and pretended to be Ra. Angels do not deceive people if they are from the one true God. That's my personal opinion and my understanding of biblical scripture. They do not lie. Why would they lie to him and say, I'm the Egyptian god Ra. I'm not an archangel. Now I'll tell you. Oh, I'm an archangel. I lied to you before. Angels don't lie, David Wilcock. Show me a biblical scripture which allows for God's angels, messengers of God, to come and lie. Fallen angels could lie to you, sure, but not the archangel Michael. And thank you, Tales of the Sonic Voyage, for a kind and generous $5 super chat. You know, I have to get with my super secret dildo helper and finish that off. It's really going to be underwhelming revelation, but maybe not. Maybe for some people it will teach them something. But thank you, Tales of the Sonic Voyage. Inquiring minds want to know, where are the dills? I got it. I'm going to finish that video. I try to make it twice now, and I made it with like real dramatic music and stuff. It's really wild. I don't know. I got to give it another once over, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thanks for being a member. Thanks for appreciating us. We appreciate you, especially when you're helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. We'll continue in our journey of bullshittery.
Dinosaurs and how they died with their backs arched as if the sun had given off some flash of energy. In other words,
now he's saying that a solar flash killed the dinosaurs. Again, that would mean every anthropologist is wrong, every archaeologist is wrong, every paleontologist is wrong, every astrobiologist is wrong, every astronomer is wrong. A solar flash killed the dinosaurs. I just don't understand how he thinks that he could say completely and totally scientifically unvalid things. And it's research by proclamation. Where's the sources that a solar flash had anything to do with the death of the dinosaurs? Where's the information that proves that, David? Or are you just making shit up and gluing together a bunch of disconnected dots to sell your latest book of lies?
There's fossilized dinosaur remains that are highly radioactive. Okay, so that satisfies that problem.
Well, they could be near uranium. There could be 100 explanations for that.
And their backs are arched, and they were in the middle of fighting, and then something else comes in and just cooks them in place. And there's tons and tons of this evidence. And this would fall.
But he can't show you any of the evidence.
Catastrophism, where you're looking at catastrophe.
Can't show you any of the evidence, but there's evidence.
Is very scary.
Sure.
People don't like catastrophism. It's a very upsetting discussion. That's part of why I didn't want to write about it for so long. But if you look at all these ancient prophecies that correlate to the 25,000-year cycle, as I will discuss here in a minute, all these different spiritual and religious prophecies from many different traditions around the world, and they're all saying the same basic thing. They're all saying that there was going to be a catastrophe, but then there's some type of spiritual activation of humanity. There's some type of new form of human being that we turn into. So I was expecting a catastrophic end on December 21st, 2012. That's why when I wrote my book, Sourcefield Investigations, I threw 5 books worth of information in there. I just threw the whole thing in. I said, you know, this might be it. I better just put it all together. And it ended up being an amazing thing to do that because, you know, how many books do you have
Amy.
over 1,000
They have
academic
more
references?
power.
Not very many. You know, you only need 150 for a PhD dissertation.
Yeah, that's because most people don't copy and paste 60% of a 500-page book. Most people wouldn't copy and paste 250 pages of shit into their book and then slap their name on the book. Incredible that he gets away with this.
So
he can't even say he wrote the book.
What
He wrote
we're
half of
seeing
it, I
is
guess.
I was given this
He
telepathic
copied and pasted
contact,
the other
all
half.
online. The material was published online.
And the material was all wrong. That's why he took his website, ascension2000.com, down, because he made an incredible amount of predictions about what would happen when the year 2000 hit, and none of them were accurate. Failing the test of a prophet since the year
We can prove
2000.
that it exists. I haven't changed a word, except in the dreams where I clarified them to make them easier to read and understand. But you can't deny that this stuff was written in the 1990s, and also when it's given the full scientific scrutiny.
Yeah, he vaguely talks about, but see, here's the difference. He gives very specific details, both in the year 2000 and in 2012, about coming events. None of those things happen. So who cares if you can prove you wrote them down at a certain time? The predictions were not accurate. The prophecies failed.
And peer review, which it hasn't really had yet in any formal way. There's so many examples of it predicting the future accurately. I mean, you just can't begin to dispute it. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence. And in fact, I had yet another one come in recently.
Exactly.
I went back to book
When he
1.
says some of those dino bones
For
are
my
high in
final edits, I
radioactive
left off on
materials.
page 510, and I go to page 510 and then back a couple pages and say, whoa, now I'm right back into a prophecy zone. So it was a very
maybe he had
strange thing
tank
the
near
last
his
2
house
years
time
of
of
my
life.
life of writing this book. These series of books is what it turned into, and having these phenomenal things happen to me where I'm always
His secret
seeing the future
superpower
being
is
predicted. Just
bankruptcy.
every day, my job is I sit down, I'm working on these books, and I'm
Coming
finding new
soon.
prophecies, and I'm deciphering them and explaining what they mean. I mean, that was pretty much every day. And so the whole last 2 years,
And he's
all
been
the things
wrong
that have
about
unfolded,
everything.
the Chinese balloon scare that we had, the East Palestine chemical disaster, both of those things had an enormous number of references in these books. Afghanistan,
No, they didn't.
Ukraine, I mean, you name it. There's so many
He
things.
speaks super vaguely in his predictions. This is what all fake psychics do. So then they can connect dots later.
That are referenced very precisely. All the main political figures that we see out in the world, the indictments that have gone against Trump, you name it, it just goes on and on. And so,
Ignoring
again,
scientific
I really
facts.
do want to have the
Yes,
time
absolutely.
to
Or
unpack these
MH370
prophecies
idiots.
in more detail. So I'm going to be doing that. There's a new course I'm going to be adding in with Sacred Science and Microprophecies. So that's already there. It's 10.5 hours, but I'm going to do another one where I talk through each of the books because there's 7 books. Because not everybody has the time to read them, and I get that.
I
So
agree,
I'm going to
Paul
do that
Shields.
course where
Uranium
I talk through
gets
all
into
7
everything in
books. And then
trace.
as time goes on, I'm going to unpack some of that stuff in these videos too. And of course, I'm going to keep talking about it because it's very exciting and interesting. What we're really seeing here, again, they're telling us we're going to get a first wave of ascension that is
Who's telling us?
non-catastrophic.
They're telling us.
But
Who's
we're going to
they?
have this amazing
Angels?
consciousness upgrade.
Angels aren't wrong.
So this is not for the faint-hearted. This is going to be an invigorating, mind-changing, paradigm-shattering, totally overwhelming experience that will be very difficult for people.
Oh, it's going to be
When
so
you first get
difficult.
this, when this first happens, some people might not like it and they're going to want it to turn off. But what Michael is explaining, Archangel Michael, the source of the work that I channeled in the 1990s,
You're right, Amy
is
Collins.
that this is something that we all have to go through. The celestial mechanics, we've gotten into another geometry. We're pushing through that
Oh, we're in a whole new
raising
form
the
of
vibration.
geometry.
And he
every
told us
math person on
that this
earth
change
doesn't
is
know
going
about
to
it.
occur
But David
apparently
Wilcock is
by
right.
mid-2025.
Oh, this is bad.
So
He gave himself a
that's
hard
very
and fast
interestingly also
limit.
the 250th anniversary of the United States. And so
He gave himself a hard and fast
and he
limit.
told us that this change is going to occur apparently by mid-2025.
All right, everybody mark your calendars. I will be blasting him live in mid-2025. Where the hell is the big Ascension event, David Wilcock? You were wrong. You weren't speaking to angels. If anything, you were speaking to fallen angels who were feeding you false information because your prophecies constantly fail. And I believe that this prophecy is going to fail, just like all of his prophecies are going to fail. He was wrong in 2000. He was wrong in 2012. He was wrong about the mass arrests. By the way, thanks to the wonderful Macario at Macario Mend on Twitter, I have he sent me a 7-minute long video of David Wilcock predicting mass arrests in progress or coming soon, and none of that shit happened. Failed the test of the prophet on that too.
So,
and by the way, just a note for anybody that's trying to learn to grift like David Wilcock, you never give a date. You got to be vaguer than that, because now I will mark my calendar for mid-2025, and when nothing happens, I will blast him for being wrong yet again. All these massive ascension events are going to happen by mid-2025, says David Wilcock. You ever notice, too, it's always a little more than a year out? That gives you time to grift off of that. He can say this shit for the next year and a half, or mid-2025. It's just like the disclosure dorks. Now disclosure is going to come in 2030.
That's
sure.
Very interestingly also the 250th anniversary of the United States. And so there's some fascinating correlations involving all of that stuff.
More coincidences that have nothing to do with what he's talking about. But hey, don't let facts and evidence. If you can use a coincidence to sell the grift, do it.
Now, what do I think this is going to be? I think that we can't really know exactly when the date is. I mean, Michael was telling us in the Michael prophecies that this might happen a lot sooner.
Oh, it might happen a lot sooner. But he just said mid-2025. Listen, that's another thing. An angel would not give you two different dates for a prophetic event. An angel would give you the date. And if it was an angel, that shit would happen. But just like in all of his other predictions, you got to remain vague so that you can weasel out of all your predictions failing when they don't happen.
In 2025. I've been on the edge of my seat. I really don't know exactly what's going to happen or when it's going to happen.
This is another problem. He's a prophet of God in communication with angels that is telling him what's going to happen. How can he in the same breath? He didn't even take a breath. In the very same breath, he says, this is what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. And in the very same breath, he doesn't even take a breath yet. He says, I don't really know what's going to happen. Well, which is it? Master prophet of the universe? Which one is it?
If I wanted to do a show that got into a lot of very honest topics, I could, but I probably would lose the channel.
He's always talking about losing his channel. If you haven't lost it for grifting so far, I doubt you're going to, Mr. He must get a CIA pass.
But if I did that show,
useful
then I would
idiot.
be conveying to you my extreme concern about the coming next few weeks and months.
Oh, remember, a month ago, he said in the next 2 weeks, major earth changes are going to happen. In the next 2 weeks, major earth changes are going to happen. That was 1 month ago. I checked before tonight's broadcast. Now he's saying it's in the next couple of weeks. Big things are going to happen again. It's kick the can. That's what fake false prophets do. That's what fake psychics do. Oh, in the next couple of weeks, this is going to happen. And then nothing happens. Oh, no, it's in the next couple of weeks now. You don't get a second bite at the apple, Mr. Prophet of God.
Rapidly, things could change practically overnight. As we just saw recently in Australia, where they lost internet for days at a time on a massive level. Those types of events can be called black swan events. They're disasters that can occur. They can involve financial collapse. They can involve disruption of goods and services.
And again, Spooky pointed out earlier, he's telling you about coming tragedies. and he has the solution. Just buy my course. This is literally profiting off of people's fear and anxiety and worries about the state of the world right now. But don't worry, just give me $333 and I'll tell you how to get through this. Just as he told you how to get through it with his other courses, and nobody got through anything because nothing that he said would happen happened. It's a bad recipe for selling the grift. Fill everybody with all kinds of fear about what's going to happen. Notice what he said. Oh, it could be global, events, internet down. The whole world's going to change.
And it appears within the month of November, we may see black swan events.
Within the month of November, we're not going to see anything happen other than wars keep raging on. I'm going to eat some turkey on Thursday. I hope you will be too. And my wife's going to make a delicious meal here. But nothing that he is talking about here will happen. That's my prediction.
Based on some of the chatter that's out there. So I don't want to.
So wait, he's in communication with the Archangel Michael, but instead of asking the Archangel Michael what's going to happen and giving us a real and definitive answer to the people who are curious about what's going to happen in the next few weeks, he's just listening to chatter on the internet. The same guy who listened to Q nonsense chatter for years, that was all fake. The same idiot that listened to a secret space clown who's admitted under oath he's never actually been to space. The same idiot who listened to a senile old man who was a con artist and lying scammer whose entire biography was a fictionalized fake history.
Spread fear. I would say that if you've been working, keep yourself prepared. Now is a good time.
And then he always pushes the prepper grift thing, like he's some kind of expert. Remember when he tried to show everybody how to survive a grid down situation, and he was using like 5-year-old firewood that was in his garage when he bought his house, and he couldn't start a fire? Yeah, he's going to tell you how to survive a grid down event.
To just make sure you've really got everything dialed in. Do you have an alternative source of electricity? Do you have food? Do you have water?
He couldn't work his generator too when he was doing that. He didn't know how to turn on a generator.
Have any heat?
He's a prepper expert. He can't work a generator.
This kind of stuff. These are things that right now is probably a very good idea to be thinking about, because
Black Friday is a
blackout
event.
Changes that occur in the really near future. And again, if
Project
I did that
Tobacco,
show, it would scare the
Derek
crap out of you.
Galloway.
And there's a lot of stuff that's just right on the table you
Could
can
be.
grab and talk about. I mean,
Or
it's
he's
not
just
even that
another
hard to
grifter.
dig for the news and the pieces of evidence you put together.
Yeah, you put together a lot of pieces. And by the way, Derek Galloway, I have done I think there's 13 whistleblowers. We did a series on UFO whistleblowers. Just click the search bar and search for the term UFO whistleblower, or Not So Brief, because there are 2 episodes of Truthseekers here are Not So Brief history of UFO whistleblowers. And I think we went through 14 of them. And all of them made similar claims to Grush. Some of them had very high classification and credentials with the military or intelligence. None of them ever proved what they said. They all told stories and made a lot of money off of the UFO community, but none of them ever proved anything. History is sometimes our greatest teacher.
Hey, there was this strange thing that just happened in San Francisco, and they cleaned up the whole city. And then, yeah, the guy from China came, and then Biden was there. Well, yeah, I wonder what they were talking about. And I wonder what was really going on. You know, I wonder what they really were discussing.
Wilcock can't even change his oil in his car. Yeah, I doubt it.
There might
He's
be
not manly like that.
some very big things getting ready to happen. There might be some very big meetings going on.
There's big things coming. There's always big things coming soon. And by the way, old school comp sci, I know my father was a mechanic, and my brother is currently a mechanic. He's a first-class diesel mechanic for the Southeastern Transportation. He works on all the buses, the trains, the trolleys. But I know how to change my oil, but for the cost of the oil, I just take it somewhere, because by the time you pay for the oil, I'm not getting dirty and like climbing under my car if I don't have to. I've done it when I was broke, right? That $10 to get somebody else to do it was a little too much, or there was no special. I've done it, but lately I just take it to Pep Boys or something. They usually have a cheap special for an oil change. And by the way, just a real world piece of advice. Get your oil changed at every whatever miles your manufacturer of your vehicle recommends. If you do that, your car will last a long, long time. It's when people don't do that, every so often maintenance, that cars start breaking down. In my experience, anyway.
Know anything about yet. And there might be some very big surprises in store for us. And again, I'm not into trying to make everybody suffer. I don't believe in seeing this thing turn into some extraordinary, prolonged ordeal.
Yeah, he doesn't want to see people suffer, but he's been predicting military tribunals and mass arrests for decades now, right? But he doesn't want to see anybody suffer. Okay, if you say so.
For those who are participating in this, I think we really just need to get our planet back under control so that we have a planet that we can live on, and we have a planet that we can be safe on and be happy in. So these ancient prophecies from around the world told us there's going to be a catastrophe, but apparently the work of Jesus did its magic.
Oh, Jesus saved us.
The message was simple to understand, and people got it. And they learned how to be loving enough that we avoided this catastrophe. And that was ultimately...
There's no biblical concept that Jesus saved us from global catastrophe. This is just made up nonsense. I don't know where he's getting this. Go ask your minister, go ask your priest, go ask your rabbi. This is not based in actual theology, religion, or biblical scripture. This is a false prophet, new age grifter just making shit up, in my opinion.
The objective. We don't want these prophecies to come true. We don't want the sea to spill onto the land. We don't want 200-mile-an-hour winds. We don't want super volcanoes going off, right? These things are not going to be conducive to any type of ascension scenario, except for the one that I talked about so many times, which is the idea that there's some type of cosmic Noah's Ark, that these positive beings show up.
The aliens show up.
We know that they have not only flying saucer type craft, but they also have cigar-shaped craft, and I have that information in book 4. So my belief was that the cigar-shaped craft were sort of like gigantic versions of the biblical story of Noah's Ark, and that they really were intended to rescue us from the surface.
The flying saucers are Noah's. The cigar-shaped craft are Noah's Arks. That's what they are. Sure. Now, where's your evidence for that? Oh, that's right. He doesn't have any.
Then maybe not everybody gets rescued. It's a question of like, did you actually learn your lessons, and did you achieve your ascension or not? Maybe some people have, maybe some people haven't, So that was the way I was looking at it, and I never expected that there would be an energetic change that everybody would experience all together at the same time.
Yeah.
Without a catastrophe.
He predicted this energetic change in the year 2000, I believe. Well, I'm not so sure about the year 2000, but he definitely said that we were all going to ascend this big solar flash event in 2012. We'd all get superpowers, telekinesis, levitation, telepathy. We'd all have godlike superpowers after the ascension event, and then nothing happened. Now he's just repeating himself. You already said that this would happen in 2012, and it didn't happen.
Catastrophic event without Earth changes.
But now it's without any catastrophes.
Place in our waking reality, and it's going to happen sometime between now and at the latest, the middle of 2025. So this is not very long to wait at all. And it very neatly dovetails in.
You're going to say when none of this happens, we're just going to start. I have a lot of clips of him from the past with failed predictions. I'm going to make a video of all of his failed predictions, but that's quite a project because he's got decades worth of failed predictions.
Election timelines, which, take that for what you will. And I, again, don't want to get drawn into the trap.
Got to grift off the political fear, too.
In November of next year. I think events are going to skyrocket, and we're going to see things happen so quickly that people are going to want some type of organization to the experiences that they're seeing. And you can buy his books and know what's going on, right? All that fear you're experiencing, he has the solution. Just give him $333 for his books full of nonsense he claims is from angels,
But biblically, we've proven that he can't be in communication with angels. Full stop.
Understand, hey, maybe there is organization.
He's
Maybe
not
this
getting
wasn't
any of
as
this information from divine sources. That is proven according to biblical, philosophy and scripture.
chaotic and scary and terrifying as I thought, but something was being done, and it was much bigger than just this one guy who the media is always attacking. And you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, he's a big trumper, too.
They always try to be so reductive, and they try to make it like, no, it's just about this one guy, and you got to stop this guy no matter what. We got to do whatever it takes. We'll bend all the rules. We'll break the law. Just do whatever you can. Just stop him, stop him, stop him, stop him. Well, you really got to step back and say, are the reasons that they're telling you this the same reasons as the reasons why they want to stop him? Or are there some different reasons for why they want to stop him that they don't tell you? And people are starting to say, maybe there are some reasons. And maybe there's something a lot bigger going on here than just this one person. Because I believe there's a vast infrastructure going on here. And we're looking at a very titanic struggle between institutions, different institutions. And so the alliance, as I see it, is
the alliance
composed of military and intelligence community institutions.
This is Q garbage. You know that all the Q garbage was fake, right? Pig farmers, 4chaners, just making shit up. He bought it hook, line, and sinker. Great discernment skills there, David Wilcock. You pushed the Q grift for years and years and years, and it was all fake. Just like Corey Good was all fake, just like Bill Brockbrader was all fake, just like Pete Peterson was all fake, just like Daniel Brinkley, the man who died 4 times, he just kept dying every time he needed to write a new book.
And we're going to find out that there's been some very, very massive covert operations going on an epic scale, unlike anything you could have possibly dreamed of, that have been going on for a very long time to steer us into this.
Yeah, now the mass arrests happened covertly because they never happened, and he got tired of people bringing that up to him, I think. So now he says, all these massive covert operations. Sure.
So it does appear that the timing of this solar flash, this initial first wave of ascension, is correlated with the opportunity for us to learn more about what's really been going on Earth. And the fact that that could become something very dramatic, something that everybody is talking about, it will be impossible to deny, will be impossible to not know about.
Okay. So if this doesn't happen by November, I think he said, or mid-2025, remember, he's saying that this will be impossible to miss. Great.
So it's probably going to be some type of public exposure, some type of revelation. People are learning about something they didn't know.
Yeah, mass arrests. Again with the mass arrests. This is just cleverly disguised mass arrest grift again, which he's already run how many times, and none of the last bunch of times that he said that would happen did that actually happen. And I'm getting so tired of him with this mass arrest grift. How many times are you going to claim that these covert actions and everything's going to change and we're getting all these big revelations and then nothing happens?
There's public exposures of information. All kinds of these things happen, and somehow this creates a change in the basic physics. People are not afraid anymore. They're not living in the lower consciousness of fear anymore. And somehow all of this stuff coalesces into a consciousness shift. And the consciousness shift apparently also involves a galactic family reunion.
Oh, we're finally going to meet up with our space brothers, the aliens.
So again, this is apparently going to occur by mid-2025.
Now it's mid-2025. But just to display to you how ridiculous David Wilcock is, and one second here, let me get this queued up for you. Thanks to Macario Mend on Twitter, at Macario Mend. Mass arrests. This is a wonderful video about all the other times that David Wilcock said essentially the same shit a little differently that he just said. Oh, massive changes, mass arrests, big revelations are coming. He's done all this multiple times before, and none of the things that he said would happen before happened. But now he's going to reuse the same old tired garbage. And that's what this is. False prophecies from a false prophet of garbage. And you know how we know he's a false prophet of garbage? His hover car company's only income is from a literal dumpster company. Great. All right. This is from Macario. His mass arrests over the years. It's a horrible edit, but I did what I can do in 10 minutes. Thanks for doing that. And I hope you don't mind that I'm going to be playing this. Yeah, and Jason Parker says, I think his big event coming is a trip to the psychiatric hospital. Michael B says, bring slides, right? Michael B, who's gang stalking you? Nobody's gang stalking you. Davina TK, how come he's regurgitating all his old stuff that didn't happen back when he said it would? Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we're going to prove it to you right now. This is David Wilcock making this very similar claims February 3rd, 2019.
Hey there, it's David Wilcock, and I am bringing you an Alliance briefing update. We are looking at right now tribunals that are allegedly taking place. We have very good intel on this from multiple insider sources that they have arrested right now key people in the deep state. They already have tribunals going on in several locations in the United States and apparently Guantanamo. There are prison barges taking people to Guantanamo, and what they've done is they have started with the mid-level people who were the sealed indictments that we've been hearing so much about are being unsealed. People are being put on trial in secret
They were never
tribunals.
unsealed.
These are military trials.
There was no military
They
trial.
happen quickly. Some people are getting the death penalty.
Nobody
This
got the
is
death
very
penalty.
serious. It has not yet been authorized to be leaked to the public. Now, the people who are doing this think that they can make it stay secret for a year or two. They're hoping it could take that long. Because remember, the original mass arrest scenario I've been telling you guys about since 2009, they're going to need to do it a little at a time. So it's going to take them a year or two to get everybody.
That means
part
we would
of
know
it
about it by
is
now,
this
and we
concept
don't.
of the tribunals and the arrests.
13 days
I
later.
believe this is going to happen. I've spoken to multiple people in the alliance. Okay?
13 days later.
Just 13 days
Then
prior
it
to
didn't
his
happen.
live stream, David said the arrests were already taking place. His top insiders told him that they were happening all over the United States.
His
What
top
happened?
insiders.
In less than 2 weeks, David started to change his story.
And when that happens, we will learn on a collective level, there will be no blinders on anymore. That there was a
Big
very
revelation.
dark
Right?
international force, a biblically evil force that was running the planet. At least part of it is these 18 countries.
Here he
that
is
are
in
doing this
2020.
massive
Same
military
prediction.
exercise, right? They're using, the good guys are now using the tradecraft of the deep state against them. They had a drill. But look at what the media is doing to try to make this thing look bad. I want to read some more of this to you so you get how the allies, these 37 troops, are now coming in after the all is lost point to help this villain, which is the global deep state, be defeated, okay?
Over 1 year after David said the mass arrests were taking place, he is saying that Trump was sending troops under the guise of a military exercise, so they could start arresting the members of the deep state. Wait, I thought they were doing that back in 2019. David said the alliance didn't have the staff to arrest everyone at the same time. How is this possible? David not only changes the time and date of his lies, he also has to make them even bigger.
I was meeting with this woman calling herself Mega Anon, and I put that article out on October 11th, where she was saying that she was
This is
working
something
within
else.
the inner circle of the President of the United States, and that they were trying to do these mass arrests, but they were going to defeat the deep state. This is a
2019,
plan that's going to
2020.
work.
He's been
I was getting
saying
a
this
lot of
since
proprietary
2009.
briefings from Pete Peterson, from other insiders,
Pete
Pete Corey
Peterson.
Good. We met some of them. I've
Oh,
met these
his
people.
fake whistleblowers, Pete Peterson, fake whistleblower, fake UFO government insider that never worked for the government, except for some time in the military, which he had a fairly unremarkable career, and his other fake whistleblower insider, the fake secret space clown.
People in person. Elizabeth has met some of these people in person. We've
Oh,
been to
his
their
wife
place.
met some of those
Some of them,
people.
okay.
Yeah.
Talking to some of them now. We get a lot of briefings.
He's getting briefings. Yeah, he's getting briefings from senile old men and secret space wackadoos who lied for years about going on secret space missions and time travel adventures, just like Buck Rogers. This guy is goddamn ridiculous.
That's real. And we know that the military has turned. The military of the United States, for the most part, has turned, and the intelligence community, for the most part, has turned. This is really a very interesting moment in our timeline. And I will just...
Month after month after month, he's pushing these mass arrests. First, he said they were already happening. Remember, he said 2 weeks ago, or excuse me, he said a month ago that they would happen within 2 weeks. How many times is he going to pull the same fake prophecy, the same fake predictions, and how many times is he going to fail? Not only does David Wilcock fail the test of a prophet, he fails the test even of like a D-level fake psychic grifter. I'm telling you, I have studied some pretty good fake psychics. Yes, there are good fake psychics. And what do I mean by that? They're good at making predictions that appear to be genuine. David Wilcock fails constantly.
Point out to you to start with that we have received new briefings.
Oh, he's getting
Those
new briefings.
Briefings are very amazing. So I'm going to...
He's getting amazing briefings. Who's he getting briefings from? Fake secret space astronauts, fake Ronald Reagan science and technology advisors, fake super soldiers that were actually the P word, child predators. Those are the people giving him briefings.
You cut to the chase, stop the suspense right off the bat, and say that we heard it years ago, and I had forgotten about this. The briefing is that we are going to get 3 days without internet, without telephone. You will
3 days of darkness. Big things are happening very soon in the next couple of weeks. Guess what didn't happen? Any of this shit. None of this happened.
Be able to call 911. You will be able to call other emergency services. You will not be able to use the internet. It will slow to a crawl, or maybe not even. You might be able to get your email. I don't know if you're going to be able to text people or not.
Yeah,
but basically, it's a shutdown of the phone and the internet. And that's for 3 days.
It didn't happen. None of that happened.
We have 4 different sources
very good
that are telling us this, and one of those 4 sources has 5 different independent sources that told him this.
Prison barges, yes.
The timing that we're getting on when this is going to happen
storage
is anywhere from today or tomorrow. There's another window that suggests, and this is from a State Department source, the latest one that I just got, that it could be before, the 3 days could be before Good Friday.
Before Good Friday, he made this prediction in 2020. The 3 days of darkness is going to come. And he's got State Department sources telling him this. And 4 others, he's got 5 sources telling him this is going to happen. Guess what part of this happened? None of it happened because he's a liar. None of this happened. Nothing.
But during those 3 days, there's going to be the arrest of the bad guys.
Oh, the mass arrests again.
Very wonderful thing.
He said a year before this, it was happening right now.
Because I felt
now it's happening next week after 329.
Apparently, it doesn't matter if they run. Apparently, there's nowhere for them to go. So this is huge. And I did not think I was going to be able to leak this. I was planning on keeping it quiet.
Wilcock briefings. Yes.
However, there's so many leaks going on. Obviously, what we heard now is we got authorized official briefing
sent him an old pair of his
to tell you that there's going to be this happening. And if they get the indictment, then that means that once all of the players of the criminal enterprise...
He got authorized to tell you that this is all going to happen. Authorized by who? His secret space clown insider? His retired old man con artist? Pump and dump scam, GoFundMe scammer, proven scammer, Pete Peterson told you this? Who told you this? His State Department sources, the people giving him briefings. This is so ridiculous and shows you how fake this man is. He just keeps coming up with new bullshit when his old bullshit fails completely. And does he think that people don't remember he said all this shit? Don't worry, David Wilcock. We'll remind them that you said all of this stuff multiple times before and then nothing happened.
have gotten their sealed indictments and law enforcement is ready. They unseal them and
Does
they get
anybody
everybody
remember
at
seeing
once.
those unsealed
Because if you don't
indictments?
do that, if it's like the mafia and you only get one guy, but the others know that they were part of that, they're going to flee the country. They're going to
He
take
didn't
cash.
show the
they're gonna
coins
fly,
because
they're
Amazon
going to do
lost them.
something.
Yes.
So that's where you get your sealed indictments from. Now, we have a lot of sealed indictments, and from what we're hearing, during those 3 days, many of these indictments will be unsealed and many people will be arrested. So what do we got ahead in the
Here he
coming
is in
weeks?
22
Probably a
2022.
blackout, probably big, crazy, weird stuff, probably scary stuff.
The 3 days
It
of
could get a lot
darkness.
worse.
Again,
I don't know.
mass
I don't
arrest.
know if it's all going to roll up
Again.
this week. I don't know if it's going to take weeks more after the cabal has been arrested and exposed, which is going to take a while. When we get into the next class, and I'm going to talk about the solar cycles and how that's working,
Oh, it's 2022.
it's going to be
happen.
a couple more years, but the bulk of it, I think, is going to be over before the end of this year. The bulk of the most kinetic
The
stuff,
bulk
which
of it
is
is going
why
to be over before
I doubt that we have to
2022.
wait until November to see some really big stuff.
November again. November again. Remember, he just said November 2025 now. Just keep kicking that can down the street, I guess. Like, if you were wrong about it so many times before, how could you sit there with a straight face and say all the same shit again and just move the dates? Is his followers really this stupid? People who give him money must be a little bit on the softer side as far as gray matter is concerned. We want to thank R2 Dizzle 2 for a kind and generous $9.99 super chat. And he says, David's life's work may be ridiculous, but your coverage of it is gold. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Very generous of you. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for appreciating us, and we appreciate you, especially for helping us to praise the cash, R2 Dizzle 2. And Zizix, who's a member, says David Wilcock is a slider from other universes. Well, that's the best explanation. Maybe that's why. He's not this Earth's greatest prophet. He's some other Earth's greatest prophet. And when he comes here through the interdimensional Stargate portal, he becomes Earth's worst prophet because he's from a different Earth, right? We'll use that explanation. But thank you both for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
We're praising the cash hard tonight. Not as hard as David Wilcock getting $333, but you know. By the way, I would accept the $333 super chat. I'm just saying. Praise the cash, bitches. How Gene Contactee says, I'm taking poo baths, Stephen, and I'm only asking for half the cash and no space age grifts. Just keep your distance because I smell bad and I have super duper powers. Yes. So listen, he is right now pushing the same exact almost scenario. 3 days of darkness, big earth changes, you can't miss it. These big revelations are coming, major changes, mass arrests, the cabal, the alliance is going to destroy the cabal. All the same, look at that. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. And now he's pushing the same crap. Come on, David Wilcock, at least come up with some new bull. At least come up with some new bull. Let's keep going here. We got 33 more minutes to go through.
Now, you're probably
We're
gonna
at 3
ask
hours
yourself, well,
already.
okay.
But we're going to get
David,
through
you
this.
were also
30 more
saying
minutes.
that
We're going to make it through.
the solar
This
flash has
bullshit
only been
cavalcade.
delayed.
We're making it through.
And this is a non-catastrophic one, but it sure seems like when the whole thing happens, it's going to be very intense. Yes. So that's another part of what Michael was telling us is that there is going to be a full solar flash, the one that would essentially scorch whatever is on the surface of the Earth. But this is not going to happen until we as a civilization are ready for it. And by ready for it, it means that each one of us has now learned how to completely project ourselves into our own astral body so that we can bilocate, because
We're
this
gonna
is
get
one of the
bodies.
basic abilities
He did this in
that we
2012.
will now be able to develop quite easily after the first wave, after this thing that Michael says is going to happen by mid-2025. Now, again, I had no idea about this. I didn't talk about this in previous videos because I
Yes,
never
he
went
did
back
talk
and read
about
these
this in
books that
previous
I'd written.
videos.
I just dictated them and then kind of, I was such a workaholic.
Well,
I
there
just
you
kept
go,
on
Lewis
going with the
Sparkles.
rest of my life and doing all this other
Cheers.
stuff.
and I never even went back and read them.
John Ramirez is another.
So I was
wacky
totally amazed to
Yeah.
find out this prophecy of a first wave of ascension, that it was going to happen by
prophets with an F.
mid-2025.
Nick Baker says yes.
And that there is going to be, as I just said, a full solar flash, but only after
I
everybody's
agree.
ready
It's
for
a
it.
lot like L. Ron Hubbard's rants. Yes, full solar flash.
So some of us are going to be able to go right into that higher astral body and be ready for the full-blown fourth density right away.
Again with the multiple
after this
densities,
first wave happens. So
just like 2000.
sadly, there will be
just like
some people
2012,
who become
like before.
incredible superheroes right off the bat.
People are going to come
And
incredible superheroes.
This could involve telekinesis. This could involve telepathy. This could involve shooting lightning out of your hands.
Oh, I can't wait for the Ascension event. I want to be like Flash, but like Shazam. I want the lightning superpowers. We're all gonna get. Some of us are getting lightning superpowers, according to David Wilcock. But here's where it gets ridiculous. He made all of this predictions that he's making right now. He said would happen in 2012. It's the same thing. We're all going to get light bodies. There's a solar flash event. We're all going to get light bodies and superpowers. He said the same prediction was going to happen in 2012. Guess what didn't happen in 2012? I got to see if I could find it. I had a video of his false predictions. It's like proof David Wilcock is a fraud. You'll have to take my word for it. I promise you, he said all of these predictions before. And isn't it interesting that none of them actually happened in 2012, but he's just repeating them now? Like, does he think everybody forgot he said the same thing in 2012? I'm trying to find that. We'll continue with this, but I will try to find this this other video that I have. You'll have to bear with me for a moment here. Well, we'll continue with the video while I look for it. But in 2012, he said there'd be a major solar flash event. We would all get light bodies and superpowers, telekinesis, levitation, all kinds of superpowers. He said this would happen in December of 2012. Now he's pushed it back all the way to November of 2025. Again, he failed the test of a prophet. You get one bite at the apple. You don't get to make predictions and then the predictions fail miserably and you just push the date back. This is what a fake psychic does that is wrong and gets caught being wrong. This is what a false prophet does that is wrong and gets caught being wrong.
Balls of light out of your hands, all these kinds of interesting things appear to be some of the basic
yeah.
stuff. The ability to
Balls of
project
light.
thought forms, to project complex visual thought forms. And again, by location, projecting your own essence into your fourth density body. And that's what we're all going to have to learn how to do.
Projecting our own essence into
and
our
once
light
we're all
body.
finished with that, then there is a full solar flash because now everybody has
They're
walked
superpowers.
into fourth density. And everybody's walked off the stage of the earth. There's
It'll
no
be
need
fine.
to
We're
be
getting
there
our
anymore. And we've
superpowers,
all learned
so-
how to activate our astral bodies. We go into this new layer of existence, and only then is there the full solar flash. Now, the Law of One actually talks about all this stuff, and they estimate in the books that it's going to take somewhere between 100 to 700 years before this happens.
Oh my God.
Now, in the
They're a
meantime,
bunch
once
of
we go
nonsense.
through this first wave of ascension, we all get something that they describe extensively in the Law of One. You can go look it up or read Michael Prophecies again, where they talk about the third, fourth activated body. What the hell is the third, fourth activated body? The third, fourth activated body means that you live in a human body, you still have your body, but you also have your fourth density body activated enough
Fourth density
that now
body.
it can do
All
things
right.
like poltergeist events. It might start causing telekinesis to occur, and at first you don't realize that you are causing it, but it's this other version of you that would be like a ghost that lives at the same time as you are living.
We're going to be
So you're
good. Lightning
interconnected with this
superpower.
consciousness, and it can actually go and move things without your awareness. And so if you look at all the teachings of the classic ancient master yogis, they all talk about the importance of raising your consciousness, and eventually gets to the point where people are having lucid dreams, out-of-body experiences, and In the case of Levitating Saints, we talk about this in
Levitating
our
Saints.
new movie Levitation. I hope you'll see that coming up. Levitation is going to be incredible. We have all these great stars we're interviewing for this, insiders. So
yeah, more wackadoos.
when we see what's possible, it becomes an amazing phenomenon to realize that, hey, we're all going to get this shamanic activation at the same time. And it probably will happen in the immediate aftermath of this global reckoning, this moment.
Okay, now remember that I said that he predicted all of this would happen in the year 2012. Remember I said that. He predicted all the things he just said was going to happen in December 2012, and he did that leading up to 2012. This is the same old grift. He's just recycling it and moving the date. It's the same grift. And you know how I know? Is because I keep very careful records of David Wilcock's predictions. And I'm here to tell you, I found the bumper. So please enjoy the same grift that he's running right now, but from 2011 and 2010, the years leading up to December 2012. Remember all that 2012 hysteria because of the Mayan calendar? David Wilcock said all the same stuff. Massive solar event. We'll get rainbow light body activation. We'll all get superpowers. He predicted all of the same thing he's predicting now. He predicted it already. And there's proof of that. Here it is, friends.
So when Gariev transformed those salamander eggs with light and captured that genetic code on the photons, zapped it into the frog eggs, I believe that's what's happening to us right now. We're moving into this new energy zone. It's activating the planets, it's heating them up, it's making the molecules actually move faster, but it's also increasing the source field vibration, which is making us become more intelligent. So we're dealing now with the next wave that's coming in 2009. As we head into 2010, 2011, they're going to start happening every couple months, and then they're going to start happening every couple weeks, and then they're going to start happening every couple days. By the time we get to 2012, we're going to be hitting new ones every hour. And towards the end, it's multiple times per second. Okay, now my readings have told me, for what it's worth, that some of us will be able to have ascended abilities. I mean, full-on ascended abilities prior to the actual shift happening. So that would be very cool, because what we're expecting after 2012 is a 100 times more harmonious utopian world where things like time travel, levitation, instant telepathy, instant healing, telekinesis are as common and as everyday as breathing.
Is that the Great Pyramid of Egypt actually has a timeline in it, and that timeline has 2012 as the most important year. 2012 is predicted as the year in which whatever the second coming of Christ is supposed to be will happen. When does the age of Aquarius come in? 2012. And that's been calculated based on constellations in the sky by mainstream astronomers. So look, things are not going to stay the way they are very much longer. The year 2012, if nothing else, represents a bifurcation point, a split between the way that things have been and the way that things are going to be. They were known about long ago, and it's all part of this spontaneous evolution that humanity is being led through at this time. It's going to be something that actually changes life as well. Then would this mean that the planet is experiencing a rise in its consciousness? That is exactly what I'm suggesting, is that once the truth comes out, it will be in the context, very likely, of these people having been arrested on a massive level. There's all kinds of logistics about how that's going to be done, when that's going to be done. It is a massive operation, and I am not authorized to give all the details.
But this is a very different thing. This is not an Earth-killing event. This is an Earth-birthing event. And they're very clear on that when you read these ancient prophecies. That the Earth has to go through its worst point. It has to go through the dark night of the soul. And we're having that now. It's very after we go through the worst point, there is this event, and it's so amazing.
We are in the midst of an overthrow of the deep state. Everyone take a deep breath now.
Isn't that interesting that he has made the same exact predictions on different timelines before? And this is another sign of a complete and total false prophet. Only a false prophet would make the very same predictions with 7 different dates attached to them. Did you recognize there? Mass arrests. Again, there's another instance of him saying the mass arrests are happening any day now in 2018. Where's the mass arrests? Where's my superpowers? But he always changes it slightly. Now, you're not only going to have telekinesis, telepathy, levitation, time travel, you'll be able to shoot balls of light out of your hands and lightning bolts. Some people are going to become literal superheroes, but not now. Originally, he did this in 2002, to the best of my recollection. Then he recycled the whole grift in 2012, leading up to 2012. Now he's recycling the same exact predictions. How can the Archangel Michael be so wrong? How can the Archangel Michael just keep getting the date wrong if he's truly in communication with angelic forces? He fails the test of a prophet over and over and over again. You know who else kept moving predictions? People like David Koresh. People like who was the UFO cult? Remember them? The Hale-Bopp comet. He kept moving predictions too. That's what false prophets do. Heaven's Gate. Mr. Marshall kept moving predictions because he kept predicting big things, big changes coming, and then nothing happened. So he would just move the date. That's what David Wilcock is doing, just like all false prophets, all fake psychics do. If the prediction fails, you just move the date, change it around a little bit. These are the very same predictions he's made before on different dates, different timelines. It's imminent. It's all going to happen very soon every time he says it, and then nothing ever that he describes ever happens. He's making the same predictions in 2023 that he made in 2008, that he made in 2009, 2010, 2011. But hey, he's Earth's greatest prophet, right? Let's continue with his most recent prophecies and predictions that are sure to fail. And this, my friends, this is why I'm sure that his current predictions are going to fail. Do you know why I'm so sure? Because I've been here watching this man's predictions failed, over and over and over again. David Wilcock fails the test of a prophet. But hey, don't worry. Just move the dates around. And you can keep the grift going, and you can collect $333 from more stupid people. The fact that he doesn't think that everything that he said before is out there in the ether of the internet to be captured by real truth seekers like me to display what a false, fake prophet, fake psychic grifter he is, it's ridiculous that he thinks he can get away with this.
Of truth, where we understand that the reality that we thought we were living in is not real.
Oh, reality is not real.
Many of the things that we were being told are not true, and they haven't been true. Let's read some comments. I'm kind of bored talking for just a second.
I wonder if he gets roasted.
Keep coming
again.
back. It works if you work it. Then you will die and come back to do it again on loop. Well, it's kind of like that, but the point is you want to learn your lesson so you don't keep looping. Hey, David, incredible prophecy. It's exciting. Some of this is already happening to some of us. Thanks for devoting your time to this important work. Okay, there's some rude ones here. Well, all right. So
yeah, I'm retweeting some stuff on my Twitter.
It was a series of dreams about Hawaii when the fire happened.
By the way, you should follow me at Twitter. I'm just at Stephen Cambion, my name. I've retweeted this Macario piece and another piece from 2012 predicting the same garbage he's predicting is coming in the next year or so. He predicted the same things in 2012. It's on my Twitter at Stephen Cambion. I don't want to bore you playing, more and more examples. I think we've displayed our point that David Wilcock is a false prophet, and he keeps making the same predictions on different time schedules, different years. You know, he waits a few years and then makes the same prediction again. Maybe he's hoping if he just keeps making the same predictions over and over and over again, eventually those things will happen. I doubt it. And why am I so sure that his most recent prophecies and predictions will fail? Well, we have displayed why I'm so sure, because all of his predictions previously that I've been able to look at, they've all failed miserably, horribly. But hey, just keep recycling them.
In Lahaina, I perceive to be the kickoff of what we might see as significant changes. Back off, guys. He is Nikola Tesla approved. What David does not understand. Here it is, guys. Write this down. The kingdom of God is within you. Ascension 2000 vacuum cleaner. Yeah.
Sniff.
It probably wasn't the best idea to call my first website Ascension 2000, but at the time it sounded amazing because I thought that's when this was all going to happen.
Why would a man in communication with angels get the date 25 years wrong, right? Now he's saying 2025, I think, November 2025. Originally, he said all these things were going to happen in the year 2000. He just admitted it right here. That means he failed the test of a prophet in the year 2000. Then he failed the test of a prophet in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, leading up to 2012. He just keeps failing the test of a prophet. He just admitted he thought all these things were going to happen in the year 2000. Well, then that means that he's not in communication with divine sources. That is 100% proof that he fails the test of a prophet by his own admission.
So anyway, yeah, there's lots of interesting things you guys are saying here. We can kind of come in from the back. You can see just how fast it's going.
Now he's going to brag about how many people are watching.
People are, very mean. Okay, somebody said, David, will you marry me? But anyway, there's a lot of good ones too. I don't want to reincarnate. I hate this world. Well, please don't. There's a lot of really great things happening. And that's the whole point, is that we are.
Great things are happening. We're all going to be burnt to a crisp in a solar event. Great things are happening.
On the verge of civilization defining events.
Civilization
defining
events
are so fantastic, folks. And that's why
things are getting ready to happen.
I wanted to talk about this prophecy. And then probably next week, I'm going to come back and start reading some of the actual passages from the micro prophecies that will, make this all possible. So, it says my disc is almost full, so I hope I don't lose any audio because of that. But you guys are hearing me. Everything's good. David, we love you. You're the best.
This guy is so broke he can't afford a hard drive.
All right. So again, the law of one estimates that this prophecy of us all transforming into this higher level of consciousness could take between 100 to 700 years. And then a separate source that I talk about in Michael Prophecies from India Daily, which appears to be that they were actually interviewing human extraterrestrials in person in underground facilities in the country of India.
Great sourcing there.
And there's some fascinating stuff from India Daily, which is an online publication.
India Daily is
leaks from this
alien
insider
UFO rag.
Classified intelligence community working with ETs.
No, they weren't real. This is all
they
fake,
said
wackadoo shit.
Those ETs told the people in India basically the same thing I'm telling you, but that it was going to take about 300 years before everybody makes this quantum leap and you get energetically activated. So again, when I heard, getting back to the show where I was talking about disclosure and some of the things that I heard from various insiders and how scary some of that stuff was, and the idea of like the negative forces trying to take over the earth, they want to have us all microchipped and they want to have control over you by a Wi-Fi. This is scary stuff, and we see evidence of them really trying these things. I don't think it's ever going to work.
Evidence? What evidence?
But nonetheless,
there is no evidence.
We can see that there's two pathways forward for us. There's a techno-utopia, which is really dystopian, in which we all end up hardwired into some kind of matrix and we become like Borg. And it turns out that these stories are not just sci-fi. They're actually
the bad guys
coming from
the
subconscious warning us of this threat.
He is getting away with it, Davina TK. He is.
And it's that threat being
his vibrator, says Jason Parker, is just at a higher frequency than mine.
The non-catastrophic timeline. So events that have unfolded since August 11th, 1999, there was a Grand Cross solar.
Yes, Marshall Applewhite. Thank you, Patty.
Grand Cross means that the planet's wearing a big crucifix, basically.
Operation Shutdown. Where's my superpowers, dude?
This energetic portal. around this time, a little bit before, we had the death of John F. Kennedy Jr. Almost down to the day that it happens, we have
Nick
the
Baker's been coming
ascension
for my
of Putin
entire
to
life.
power in Russia. And then shortly
Yes,
after
one of his
this
investors is
window,
suing
within
his
a year or
hovercar
two, we have
company.
9/11.
Yes.
2 years, basically. So all of these events were collectively awakening experiences. And the Michael prophecies,
Yeah, read
I
the
have a
rude
detailed
ones.
discussion about the Earth's core,
Thanks for being a member,
where we
Troy
actually have
Troll.
scientific proof that it shifted inside the Earth beginning in 2001 and completing in 2012.
He'll be selling Viagra in
And
6
this is another
months.
thing I haven't had time to build slides for yet, but it's incredibly fascinating.
Maybe
The
when
Earth's
people
core
levitate, his hovercar will
shifted.
finally work.
The pole shift actually
Davina.
happened, but not in a way like
That's
the
the
ancient
comment of the
prophecies
night.
told us it's catastrophic, but it happened
Quantum
all
nose
at
ca-
once
That sounds good.
in this gradual way that was not catastrophic inside the Earth, where it was measured by a
Some
scientist
dude-
named Professor Zhao Dangsong. And so it's
I agree
precisely in
with this
alignment
part.
with the Edgar Casey prophecy, where the Casey prophecy said that the Earth's core would begin changing on its axis in 2001. That's the exact year that the scientists found.
This is the wackadoo prover maneuver. A bunch of different wackadoos said similar things, so it must be true. None of them have proven their claims, but let's just slap them all
That it
together.
happened. So what does this mean? This means we got our butts saved by angelic intervention. The Earth would have had a pole shift at the same time that the solar flash went off on Proxima Centauri. But instead of the pole shift happening, the Earth's core shifted peacefully on the inside. But this apparently can only be held off for so long. And so we're going to have the first wave of ascension before the middle of 2025. And
Before the middle of 2025 now. Originally, it was the year 2000 by his own admission that he said all these things were going to happen. How could Earth's greatest prophet be 25 years off of his prediction being accurate?
then we have the second.
And isn't it interesting that he just keeps retconning the same prediction? Oh, no, it's going to happen in the year 2000. Then in the year 2008, he starts saying it was going to happen in the next couple of years, and then it failed. Now it's going to happen in 2012. Now it's going to happen in 2025. This is the perfect example of what a false prophet is and what a false prophet does.
Wave, which is the big one that cooks everything. And again, India Daily said that this would take about 300 years.
India Daily, really good
So,
source.
It's really important to understand that what we do now, before this first wave happens, is very, very critical. And so we don't want to get stuck in a belief system about scarcity and lack.
Yes, we definitely, in order to get through this massive earth-changing event, you got to buy my shit.
We don't want to start having self-hating thoughts. We don't want to be living in depression, and we don't want to feel as if all is lost and there's no hope and we're not getting anywhere. This series of prophecies that was given to me was very serious, and I expect that it's going to be taken seriously because I'm already seeing lots of signs of that. I worry about reporting on those signs, honestly, because some of them are so spectacular, coming from the Alliance, from this group of military intelligence personnel, communicating in various ways to the public.
By the way, is he just making up sources? Because I just checked and IndiaDaily.com does not exist.
Prior episodes. They've given an enormous amount of endorsement through these comms of
There's
Michael
India
Prophet.
Today.
There's no doubt about it. And I don't see why they wouldn't.
The
because
Times of
honestly,
India, the Indian
I'm amazed
Express,
by the
but there's
whole
no
thing.
India Daily.
I just have no idea how to even process that this stuff actually did happen, that I did write all this stuff. I did actually get the books finished.
This did happen. Really?
And what they're saying
Said it was going to happen in 2000, then in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. Now it's going to happen in 2025.
about our future, because it's so interesting and it just has such great impact for our future. So where do I want to take this right now? Let's see.
Take some more live chat comments, especially the ones telling you that your teeth are fake, your hair looks like shit, and that you are a false prophet. He doesn't want to do that.
This is going to be like a two-part discussion. I realize that. So I have to kind of break it up so that we don't. See, you have to understand the reason why my shows would take 3 hours and why they last so long is I cut my teeth on doing all weekend events.
and I'd have these massive slideshows with like 17
Oh, there
slides
comes
or
the
1,000 slides.
self-aggrandizing.
And I'd have
Yes.
people there for like 17 hours all weekend.
Oh,
17 hours.
Lots of slides.
And, we'd run through this incredible amount of information. It's all beautifully interconnected. And so for me to try to get something down to an hour and a half is very difficult. But I wanted to go back to we'll probably do another episode of this stuff next week. And I'll talk more about the cycles and I'll show you some really, really amazing stuff. This is going to be a part 1. But this is the core, again, of the original prophecies of this global ascension at the end of 25,920 years. So the traditional model is that the Earth is wobbling on its axis, counter-rotating to its normal rotation. And as I said, the real solution seems to be the binary solar system. We're orbiting another star. And I'm going to run through that again next week. So here's Santayana and Von Deschen. They were profiled. These are 2 historians who were profiled.
Oh my God, more word
in Graham
salad
Hancock's
nonsense.
amazing book, Fingerprints of the Gods, which everybody should read. I mean, he had summarized hundreds of books of information that I'd seen in various places. And it was amazing when I read it because it's like, wow, somebody should have done this and he's already done it. And he found things I'd never even seen before. And these historians were the best example because Santayana and Von Deschen wrote this book called Hamlet's Mill, an essay on myth and the frame of time.
Boy, talk about obscure references. Again, just tying together a bunch of disconnected nonsense in order to sell his fake prophecies from, 23 years ago that didn't happen 23 years
What is
ago.
this book?
But hey, don't worry, they're going to happen now. I guess the Archangel Michael was wrong about everything. Wrong about the timeline 10 times, meaning he fails the test of a prophet. He's not communicating with angelic or divine sources. If anything, he is communicating with, I believe, evil entities, trickster entities, deceiver entities, also known as fallen angels. Because while an angel of God would not lie to man, the deceiver of men, fallen angels, certainly would and have. There's biblical, examples of them giving false information to members of the human race.
This is a multidimensional analysis of history where they look at 35 different ancient cultures around the world, and they find out that these cultures all had precessional mythology. What is precession? That's the 25,000-year cycle. It's in their mythology. They have mathematically encoded this. There's very, very specific metaphors that talk about the 25,000 years.
He should be able to show us the last time that this 25,000-year cycle happened, right? Oh, that's right. Recorded history doesn't really go back 25,000 years. So I guess we can't prove that what he's saying is correct or false.
Cycle. So again, here is the cover of the book, the original version. It's massive. It's like 3 inches thick. And Graham Hancock said, for some inexplicable reason and at some unknown date, it seems that certain archaic myths from all over the world were co-opted, no other word would really do, to serve as vehicles for a body of complex technical data concerning the precession of the equinoxes.
So now he's quoting
the reason
Graham
why
Hancock.
the book is called Hamlet's Mill
Okay, great.
is what you're seeing here is a grain mill. And so you have an axle in the middle, you have a millstone, and then the millstone is pivoted on that central axle. You have to have somebody standing there and grinding this stone around in circles. And as you grind it around in circles, you have wheat in there and you hull it all up and you end up taking the chaff.
Now we're connecting dots on. Now David Wilcock is going to teach us all about making flour from wheat.
You get rid of that. That's all.
This is somehow relevant.
You get rid of all that. You're left with a flour, and now you can make donuts for your police officers, whatever else they need. Just joking, but that was one of the things you could do. Just pointing that out. So again, it shows up here as the mill. There's a little hole in the side where you pull that wood piece up, and then you can start to dump out the flour and the chaff, whichever one you need.
Hey, word salad.
This is a better example where you can see how somebody, is working. Like
yeah, he's not getting many compliments. People are getting sick of the grift, man.
And he's pushing this
even people that used to like him are dogging on him now.
In this room. It's probably really freaking
David's
hot
almost out of gas,
and it's not lit very well. And this is all you do all day is you're grinding this grain, and that might be your job. Wouldn't that be fun? Probably be a lot better than, some of the things that are happening in today's world.
But anyway, if you look at this image here, we can see, well,
Good
yeah,
point,
you know
Rusty
what? Couldn't
Spoon.
this
Yeah.
represent the Earth's axis? And couldn't the guy going around in circles,
Where
like we
it's just
again
a
saw in the
wheel to
last example
grind
also,
flour, you
couldn't the guy
dumbass.
going around in circles represent, oh, right, the rotation of the Earth's axis? Well,
I railed up
there's
just
all
in
these
case.
different myths about grain mills. So you have
He's beginning to
ETs
be,
that believe in
yeah.
the grain
This
in
is from the
first place,
Conan the
extraterrestrial
Barbarian. Remember
crops
he
brought
turned
to
that
Earth to
wheel?
help humans survive through famine and
Pretty
hard winter.
scatterbrained. He always is.
So this grain is brought to us by
Grinding
these ETs
hard
in
on the
first place.
gripstone. Yes.
Then they teach us how to make the grain mill so that we can mill the grain and actually have bread and
Okay.
pastries and all these wonderful
So
things.
we didn't have bread before the aliens taught us about wheat and how to grind wheat into flour. The aliens had to teach us that. This is childish, stupid, and nonsensical. And it is against all of established archaeology, all of established history, all of established anthropology, all of established known archaeological and agricultural history. No, aliens didn't teach us to make flour. We figured it out. And this is what I hate about ancient alien theorists. They just take, we're just dumb monkeys. We didn't know how to do anything. The aliens had to teach us how to do everything, apparently including how to grind wheat into flour and how to make bread, and even how to make the machine to do it. We didn't know how to do that. We didn't figure it out. There are massive archaeological and historical evidence to dispute what he is saying is accurate here. But again, don't let things like science, anthropology, archaeology, history, and facts get in the way of a good bullshit story you could sell to stupid people.
And then they're going to give you a mythology about the grain mill that they taught you how to build, which now lets you have these amazing pastries. So it's baked into your mythology.
Thank God for aliens. I love me pastry.
Did he really
Oh, I love pastry. Thank you, alien overlords, for the pastries and the bread.
So anyway, this is a
and the
fascinating
pies
thing.
and
Looking
shit.
at this
Everything
grain
that
mill,
came.
you say to yourself,
Wow.
well, holy
It
crap.
all came from the aliens.
Yeah, that could be a metaphor of the Earth's axis.
Is
and
he
this
really
is a
this
45,000
stupid?
year cycle
Is his
about a
followers
world
really
Earth's
this
axis.
stupid?
Yes. But the weird thing is what happens in these mythologies. It's not just, oh, yeah, this is a cool way to visualize the Earth's axis. It's, uh-oh. The axis breaks. The whole axle breaks at the end of these stories. So getting back to this guy in the hot room here, oh
I
my
know.
God.
Could you
here he
imagine
is
how
working
dumb
away.
you have to be to believe this,
and then part
man?
of the metaphor is that
You got to be
his
pretty dumb to believe
axle
this
got
guy.
robbed
I'm
in the middle of
sorry,
the
but
room
you
there
got to
and
be
goes up into the
really
ceiling,
stupid
that
to
it
believe David
snaps.
Wilcock here. You
And
got to
there's
be a
this epic
special kind of
catastrophe, and it's
stupid.
associated with something happening to the Earth, like an Earth change.
Randy says, David,
But
it's
then
just a
the
grain mill,
metaphors,
you dummy.
these various ancient myths also talk about that there's some type of light body activation after this happens. And I mean, it's from all over the world. And so you can't
I didn't see
possibly
that.
explain
I
this away.
apologize. Thank you, Troll, for being a member and a kind and generous $5 super chat, who says, if I don't see you between now and Thursday, happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. I'm thankful for so many things. I've got a lovely, beautiful wife, 2 beautiful children, a lovely home, and a wonderful family. And I have all of you, which I'm incredibly thankful for as well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. We thank you very much for appreciating us, and we certainly appreciate you, especially when you're helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I just want to give a special praise to Cash thanks. Well, we'll do it for all of you kind and generous benefactors. Zizix, tonight's super chatters, Tales of the Sonic Voyage, Montauk J.O., Tales of the Sonic Voyage again, R2 Dizzle, Zizix again, and Troll again. And then we want to thank all you kind and generous Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. I got a video that I'm just about finished. I'm going to be uploading to you guys soon. Thank you all for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you all for your kindness. We truly appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for appreciating us. And there is Spooky, who says, "This is how much the Area 51 trip was worth. £2, 22 cents." I thought it was $222. By the way, Spooky has a new article on Substack. If I get a chance, I'll add it to the description of this video. And we're probably going to cover that. But Spooky, I don't think that's a whole night show. I think that's a 20-minute read through your explanation and talk about it. But maybe I'll do that as a bonus quick one. I'm honestly, and by the way, thanks for the super chat, but I'm going to be up early every day this week because my children are on Thanksgiving vacation, which is no vacation for me, but I'm doing my best to deal with it. But I am up early, so I have time to do a quick one. We'll fit that one in.
Through anything except some type of intelligent, worldwide, intentional design made by the people who gave us the wheat in the first place and taught us how to use it.
Aliens.
So the Hamlet's Mill story goes back to the original Amlodi from Icelandic legend. This is in their book, Hamlet's Mill. He is an elusive carrier of fate who must.
Man, you got to connect a lot of dots to believe this shit.
The axle breaks.
Does he just pick anything and glue it in there?
Depths of time
seems that way.
To which he belongs. He is the Lord of the Golden Age, the once and future king. So again, the Hamlet that was written about by Shakespeare is not the original story, and these historians claim that the inspiration for Hamlet came from the Icelandic legend Amlodi about this guy who has a mill and then it breaks.
So now we gotta throw in Nordic mythology to make this whole grift work somehow.
He has to sink down into the depths from where he came. He's the Lord of the Golden Age. In other words, it's like a Christ sacrifice, similar to the crucifixion. He has this epic death, his mill blows up, he dies, but then the world is reborn, and they're interpreting it as, a pole shift prophecy, basically. So
where did they say pole shift? They didn't say pole shift.
Going on now.
He said
this
pole shift.
essay, which is book,
another grift of his.
What they're calling it, an essay. Will follow this hero figure farther and farther afield, from the Northland to Rome, to Finland, Iran, and India. He will appear again unmistakably in Polynesian legend. That's what I get for looking at my comments. It made me stutter. This imagery stands for an astronomical process, the secular shifting of the sun through the signs of the zodiac, which determines world ages, each numbering thousands of years. And again, it's the 25,000-year cycle. So this is all over the world. Each age brings a world era, a twilight of the gods. Great structures collapse. Pillars topple, which supported the great fabric. Floods and cataclysms herald the shaping of a new world. As we all the clues, stars, numbers, colors, plants, forms, verse, and structures. A huge framework of connections is revealed at many levels. This is a true edifice, something like a mathematical matrix, a world image that fits the many levels, and all of it kept in order by strict measure. And again, this is a fancy way of saying that it's some type of higher extraterrestrial intelligence that was contacting people all over the world, like we talk about on Ancient Aliens, appearing as gods, like we talk about, maybe building them some pyramids, like we talked about, and then giving them these mythologies which were made for our time. And now, I had no idea that these books that I channeled in the late 1990s were ever going to become relevant again. I had never intended to go back there. Because I knew if I had to edit all that stuff, it would take forever. And yeah, it took almost 2 years. But now that I'm finished with the whole thing, we can talk about Michael's vision of our future and what he actually told us. So we're learning about ourselves in this process. And when I go through next week, we're going to talk about how all the geometries, each of the geometries has the hero's journey storyline. So all the geometries in this binary system that we're
I'm
in,
sorry, I
they
didn't
all
realize I
converge at
was
the end of
muted.
the cycle. And
I
that
just
creates
said,
a vibrational increase.
I got it. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. Somebody's calling me. I apologize. Sometimes I do that. But thank you to whoever was calling me to alert me that I was muted. These things happen. It's a live show. We roll with the punches here. So I was saying, oh no, he's doing another stream next Sunday, which means I got to do this all over again next Monday. And he's probably going to go much longer next week. I predict a 3-hour stream next week.
Leads to a change in the physics, the fundamental physics of our reality, as well as all these stories that are being told in the cycles of history. We're having a meta event in which, as it says here, the stories will naturally and miraculously resolve into a tearjerker cinematic ending that is going to respond as a spontaneous change in the physics of our reality.
All within.
So the photonic and geometric model that I've talked about so many times, and again, it is available at thedisclosure.com. Please help us with this new course that I've put out. It's a video
There's
course.
another plug for
It's
Buy
got
My
11
Shit.
sections. It's 10.5 hours long. It's shot on 7 camera angles. It's incredibly beautiful. Yes, it is expensive, but it's an online course, and there's going to be 7 more videos coming out where I talk you through the whole set of books. And I haven't had a chance to do that yet because I've been dealing with this cold I got in LA. We've had major stuff going on with our company that required a lot of attention.
Yeah, like getting sued by 3 different parties.
Telling us whether you read the books or not doesn't really
We've
matter.
had major stuff going on with our company. Yeah, you're being sued by an investor and 2 creditors that you never paid your bills for. You're being sued by 3 different people. His hovercar company is currently being sued, to the best of my knowledge, by 3 different parties. 2 vendors that they owe money to that are pursuing foreclosure on their only asset, that hangar that's storing garbage dumpsters right now. That's the reality of his hovercar company. It's a dumpster storage facility right now. And that was revealed in court documents. And an investor claiming that they were running an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme, which scammed him out of hundreds of thousands, or is it $1 million? Those are the big things that are going on with his company right now. He's talking about big things. Yeah, big things like getting sued. Big things like being accused of running an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. Big things like people suing him for, in one case, it's $100,000. I can't remember what the other creditor is suing him for. I think it's $40,000. So they're being sued for, $1.1 or $1.2 million they're being sued for right now. And David Wilcock claims that he's $1.4 million in debt. So does that mean that David Wilcock and Stavati Aerospace collectively is in about $3 million worth of debt, almost $3 million worth of debt? If they were to pay back that investor the $1 million that he claims was defrauded from him, and pay back that investor, or excuse me, vendor $100,000, and pay back another vendor, I think it was $40,000, and then pay back David Wilcock's $1.4 million tax debt, that means that collectively, or would mean, if this information is accurate, and I have no reason to believe it's not, that his company and him are currently on the hook for almost $3 million. But he's gonna invent hover cars, right? They can't even pay their bills for their building, but he's going to invent hover cars with a free energy engine, right? Oh, wait, that was another prediction and prophecy from 2 years ago. He said it would happen in 1 year. Nothing happened except the truth coming out about his scammy, shady aerospace company that's never produced an aircraft product, to the best of my knowledge or ability to research these things.
Is we're going to be having a sudden and highly ecstatic upgrade in what it means to be human.
Oh, we're going to get
Our
upgraded.
consciousness is going to expand into something that I now like to call stretch space. You will actually feel the sense of your touch
blending with that around you in a way that you just can't explain until it happens.
In Colorado.
You feel the other objects, you can touch them without touching them. And you feel this
Graham
kind of
was banned.
stretchy
The guys appear-
rays of energy between you and the things around you. It's very, very weird. But once you have stretch space and once you understand stretch space, that's when you start doing the telekinesis, the levitation.
He claims he's already got telekinetic superpowers
from stretch space.
Right?
That's just my name for it once I got thrown in there.
He claims he's already got telekinetic superpowers from taking baths in his own piss. So does that mean that he didn't have to wait for this solar flash event to get his superpowers like the rest of us? He's already got superpowers from the Archangel Michael, who told him to take baths in his own piss. This man is ridiculous.
And I talk about how last Thanksgiving I had this vision of Mother Mary on Thanksgiving appeared to me.
Oh, yeah.
And threw me into stretch space, and it was very upsetting.
He's not only in communication with the Archangel Michael, he's in communication with the Virgin Mary. So basically, if we are to believe David Wilcock, that means that the Archangel Michael has lied to him multiple times now, and the Virgin Mary is also lying to him. Why would the Virgin Mary or the Archangel Michael lie to some ancient aliens D-level celebrity that claims he's Earth's greatest prophet and keeps getting predictions wrong since the year 1998 over and over and over again and keeps making the same predictions? If you think none of this makes any sense, you're right. Welcome to the wacky world of Wilcock.
I actually really don't like stretch space that much, but I'm kind of learning how to deal with
stretch space. It's just a made-up term.
We'll talk more about this next week because, again, this is a part 1. But we're going to have.
Well, we're going to get part 2 of the bullshit cavalcade.
Ecstatic. It's a very much raised consciousness. You feel much happier. You feel very alive, very, very engaged in the universe, and this all leads to our galactic family reunion. So the Fatima sightings of 1917, which I've been talking about a lot lately, I believe those were prophetic, and I believe that if you see what happens at the end of these series of visitations, you have Mother Mary appearing in a flying saucer, a disc of dull silver, in Portugal in 1917, every month on the 13th of the month.
No, he's conflating different events. He's conflating the appearance of the Virgin Mary and the appearance of a disc in the sky. Those are two separate events. I guess they were connected, but no, the Virgin Mary didn't appear in a flying saucer as he is now describing. And by the way, David Wilcock, you clown, I was educated by actual Jesuit priests who have a wealth of history and knowledge about those events. You are completely and totally wrong in your description of them.
There was 90,000 people there, and they all saw this disc of dull silver go in front of the sun, bring out the stars. The first thing that happened is the clouds parted like a curtain. That made everybody gasp. They were all soaking wet. This disc appears in front of the sun, starts shooting out these incredible colors across the sky. And at one point, it actually looked like it was going to crash into them. Everybody's screaming, and then it went back up into the sky.
This description is not at all accurate. He is really botching that whole event.
In our new movie Levitation, I really hope you'll see this. We have some great stuff on this.
Yeah, great stuff. False, fake information. Yeah.
Because this is one of the
bad retellings. If you want to know the truth of Mother Mary visitations and the Fatima prophecies and all of that, you have to go to good theological sources. I hate to say it, but like the Catholic Church, who has kept detailed records and history of all those events. You don't go to a New Age grifter who claims that he's seen the Virgin Mary, who's taken him to stretch space, whatever the hell that is, made up term, or a New Age grifter who claims that the Archangel Michael's been lying to him for 25 years. You go to a good theological source that actually has written histories of these events.
Mary apparitions. The ship itself was associated directly with Mother Mary. And when it was over...
No, those were two separate events of paranormal phenomenon around the same time. So I guess they got connected together. But
when this phenomenon was over, the 90,000 people in the crowd, their clothes had become completely dry. It's very fascinating. So that, to me... that mass visitation in 1917, before the era of very much photography or any type of video, if something like that happens now on a worldwide level, that's the kind of intensity I'm looking at, folks. That's what the books appear to be saying. And we will co-create this by restoring peace on this planet. And so that's the sequence of events.
And isn't it interesting that David Wilcock starts doing global peace meditation and then all around the world wars are breaking out? I guess his peace meditations are bullshit too.
I'm expecting to
They're
happen.
not working.
And again, I want to keep...
Yeah, he's expecting this shit to happen, just like he was expecting it to happen in 2000, and 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2020, 2012. He's always expecting these things to happen, but they never do.
It's because I believe this is true.
He believes it's true.
So you can again go and get our course. You get all
again plugging to buy my crap.
All 7 books and the Sacred Science of the Microprophecies course at https://thedisclosure.com. Again, the disclosure.
Yeah, and I love how he uses these websites. He used the disclosure.com for his bullshit fake anti-gravity and fake free energy course for $333 before. And he didn't prove anything with that course. Now he's selling a course that he claims comes from the Archangel Michael. But we have shown you, even by his own admission, I guess the Archangel Michael has been lying to him for 25 years because the Archangel Michael keeps giving him wrong dates. Oh, I'm the Egyptian god Ra. Angels don't lie to people. They don't lie to prophets. If these were real prophetic prophecies, they would be 100% accurate. He wouldn't get anything wrong. We've already proven that he's gotten it wrong in the year 2000, 2008, leading all the way up to 2012. Then he starts it again. The same prophecy over and over and over again with different dates. Just keep pushing the date back. Now he's saying November 2025.
We do have some immediate crushing financial needs with the company, so I do need to raise money again.
Crushing financial needs. What is his crushing financial needs? Oh, they're getting sued by an investor who claims they were defrauded out of, I'm not sure if it's hundreds of thousands of dollars or 1 million. I think it might be 1 million. Please see my previous reporting on that if you want to entirely 100% numerically accurate reading. We went through the court documents and showed what that person was suing them for. Oh, he's got crushing financial needs. Yeah. You're being accused, your company's being accused of being an investment scam and a Ponzi scheme. And by the way, David Wilcock won't tell you, but in their own court documents, they essentially admitted to being a Ponzi scheme, saying, yes, we were going to use new investor money that's coming in to pay off the old investors. That's a Ponzi scheme. And that person in the court documents claimed that he was defrauded, that it was a scam, and is suing them. Then he's got one vendor suing for, I think it's $100,000 or $107,000. We just covered it in the beginning of the broadcast. And another vendor suing them for, I think, $40,000. So that's $1.14 million that he has to come up with to pay out to people that either they felt like they rendered services that they weren't paid for and they're going after foreclosure of the assets of that company, or an investor who claims he was defrauded out of hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. Yeah, he has crushing financial needs.
I hope that you'll help me out here. We really do need your help.
Yeah, he needs your help because they don't pay their bills. What happened to all the money from the Wilcock Spiritual Foundation? We detailed what happened to that. He spent it largely on himself and did very little, zero charity work on his own. He gave a few $1,000s out of the tens of thousands of dollars he collected to an actual charity. And by the way, I haven't seen the checks. He just claimed that he did. I'd like to see those checks. And what's going on with the Wilcock Spiritual Foundation? Did it fold up? I'll have to check in on that. But he's got crushing financial needs because he didn't pay $1.4 million in taxes. And because an investor in his hover car shady company, Stavati Aerospace, claims they were defrauded out of hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million. And vendor claims that they weren't paid $100,000 they were owed. And another vendor claims they weren't paid, I think it was $40,000 that they were owed.
But I don't want to dwell on that. So
yeah, he doesn't want to dwell on his financial problems. As well, he shouldn't.
Minutes here before we exit. I want to do a global peace meditation. I know
this is how you know that we're not going to have global peace, because he's wrong about everything.
Please don't leave. We're only going to do this for a couple minutes, but it's very helpful.
Oh, we got to get
decrease
the
the warlike
multi-camera
activity.
angles and the fades. We got to get
All right,
those
so
going.
let's have
You
a
got to
couple
sniff
more
too. Get
comments
that
here, if I
bump.
dare.
Get the bump going, David.
Man, we need a modern-day visual spectacle or miracle, something that nobody anywhere can deny. It will shatter
Wilcock
every
said he
paradigm.
needed 2.2 million.
Yeah, I agree.
Nose candy.
When is the movie coming out? We don't know exactly. Hopefully by like February at the most, I would think. I don't know.
Yeah, I
Is
agree.
Stretch
He's
space
using
like Tai
typical
Chi hands
cult-like
when you're holding your
tactics.
Tai Chi ball. It could be. Yeah, I mean, there's a very important thing having to do with the movement arts to get
Could be,
into
Algene.
yoga and meditation,
That-
breath work,
anything's
all this
possible.
kind of stuff.
That's
Really
more
makes a big
probable than him
difference,
talking to
in
angels.
all of that to build
His
up to
sources
this.
don't have hover car plans. Yeah.
360-degree multi-dimensional vision. Jeez. There's some really, really hateful stuff on here. Look, if I talk
I
for
agree,
2 hours
Stormcrow.
straight, my
Yes.
mouth is going to get dry. Sorry if you don't like that. Anyway, something positive.
It means he can beat Tom Cruise in a pencil fight.
People say, okay, David is only doing this to capitalize. I don't really need to get into rate objections right now. But again, the point is that when I actually
Rate
did have
objections.
money, I didn't go and buy a mansion on Lake Tahoe. I invested it in hover cars, and I fought my ass off for you to have a hover car at an affordable price.
Where are they
And
at then?
I hope I succeed. It looks like we're very close, but
Well, we're
just have
very
to get
close.
through the
2
next
years
couple of
ago,
months,
he
and
said
that's
they
where
would
the
have a hover
toughness
car
is.
prototype in a year.
So anyway,
now they're
let's
very
go right
close.
into our meditation. I see a lot of positive stuff too. A lot of positive.
So just as he pushes the deadline back for his predictions, he pushes back his big bold claims. Remember, it wasn't just a hover car; it was a hover car with a free energy engine. That's what he was going to have a prototype of within 1 year of that announcement. Guess what didn't happen? Any of that shit. Just like his predictions, none of that happened either. World's worst psychic. This is a laughable, childish joke.
Positive comments. So, okay, let's put both feet flat on the floor.
Oh, now we're going to meditate for peace.
Close your eyes.
With David Wilcock. That's how you know that peace isn't going to come, because David Wilcock said he's doing this for peace, and nothing that he does works.
Take a nice deep
A
breath.
lot of bullshit. Nothing that actually works.
Just let it go.
You get a free flashlight with the hover
Take
car.
another
Says
nice
Bobby
deep
Broadway. Flashlight. You can ascend with your
Just let it go.
flashlight.
As you start feeling yourself,
I'm
breathing
starting to believe
more
that,
and more
Algene
deeply,
contactee.
feeling a greater and greater sense of relaxation.
You might be
Entering
right.
into
Who
the
knows?
point of stillness.
Oh, we
peace
gotta get
that
those
is available in the
multi-camera
present
angles
moment.
going, because one David Wilcock on the screen is not enough.
Breathing into that space, feeling that luxury, that knowing
He's got a big
that you are
sniff
not
bill
alone.
today. Says climate change vaccine.
That the universe is alive.
You just sniffed
and
again,
conscious,
right when I shared your comment.
and we are being led through a spectacular global awakening experience.
The symphony guy
Something
from
no
the
one
Money
can
Pit
deny,
movie.
just like the Fatima sightings in 1917. Something worldwide, something
Sure he is,
undeniable,
yeah.
and something that changes our basic perceptual experience of reality. Breathing
rails
more
off
and
the
more
tongue.
deeply,
Oh, we're breathing, David.
allowing ourselves to go into the space where some miracle like this could actually be possible.
Randy says, stop the meditations, David. They
Global
aren't
event that
working.
solves our problem in a magnificent way because we earned the right to be here through
Next
this
Sunday is the next live show.
magnificent
Let's
way.
all crash the party. I think we should. Troll. I'll be in there.
And we see each other in a whole
But
new way,
I'm probably
with new
muted in his
perceptual
live chat. I
tools
think I'm already
never
muted.
available to us before. Without the most diligent, hardcore
Millenniarism
and
in
ascetic
action.
practices.
It's coming. Yes. Camera 6, Elizabeth. Damn it. Well, she's gone.
Now, as we go deeper and deeper into the stillness, feeling ourselves.
Oh, we're
becoming
going deeper
more
and
more
deeper
alive
into a big
as we
old pile
harness
of
the power of
bullshit. That's what this is.
taking this energy that we're raising and sending it out to all those in need of prayer and healing.
Well, I've seen that myself, Algene. That I believe. I pay the
Bringing
truth
our
tax here.
focus to the world. Sending
I
this
don't know what
energy
time. You got to
out
follow him on
into
Twitter or something. He'll announce
the
it.
very
He'll
basic
tweet it
nature
out.
of what is around us.
Jason Parker says it's fraud. Well, his company's being accused of being an investment scam and a
And
fraud.
then blessing ourselves.
In court documents, we detailed those
Always
documents.
remembering to give ourselves the love that we so desperately are seeking. Knowing that this is the time of times that we have learned our lessons on a collective level. And that as we learn to be more patient, loving, forgiving.
I'm starting to believe
understanding
that,
of one another,
Hal Gene contactee.
we earn the right to our own ascension process. It is an elective process.
It seems less genuine when he looks to
and how we
change the
choose to
camera
live our
angles. Yeah, he's got to do it himself now. He
Again,
doesn't have his
sending this
wife
energy
doing
into
that.
the earth.
Oh, we're almost
blessing all
done.
those
Thank
living in
God.
fear, terror, poverty, scarcity, and blessing ourselves once more.
Oh, we're going to bless
Learning
ourselves.
to be nice.
Learn to be
kinder
nice.
to ourselves. More forgiving, more patient.
Deeper into the
more
bowl of
accepting
nose
and loving.
candy, Randy. Oh, rumors and speculation. I don't know that he's doing that. But just a lot of people
All right.
say he is because
Now
he
I'd like
sniffs
you to breathe your way
constantly. I
back
don't know.
into the room. We had a good run here. Light, love, balance, and abundance. We love you, David. Thanks for helping us all. Keep your faith. It is. Be
Oh
prepared
yeah,
to
we're
see it a
gonna
little
we're gonna
differently
crash
than
the
you
party.
imagined. Well, I actually do believe this is the way it's going to go. I don't think there's going to be a catastrophe. The alliance is having to take its time because this is a war. The battle is like a dance. We are winning big time. We will move into the end. Yeah, I'm just going to keep doing shows, even though it's really weird and there might be very disruptive events happening in the near future, as I said.
Very
I
disruptive
just want to keep
events.
talking about the fact that, you know what, the dark night of the soul is not the end. It's just this little blip in the hero's journey. So we're in this part of a structured sequence. That's what I'm going to talk about next week. Is it's a structured sequence. It looks really scary, but in fact, we are being protected. There is a higher concept in mind here, and we are all going through this together. So I want to thank
Who
you guys.
are we being protected by? The Archangel Michael, who keeps lying to you about the timeline of events and getting predictions wrong that you're sharing. He and remember, to be clear, he doesn't even know what entity he's channeling. First, it was the Egyptian god Ra he was channeling, which was the same source Carla Rucker claimed to channel the Law of One material, and he just happened to work for her, right? And then later it became the Archangel Michael, who he claims lied to him and said, I'm the Egyptian god Ra. Angels don't lie. More proof that this man is not in communication with divine sources, but rather more likely demonic ones.
For watching, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. We made it through. We made it through, friends. We've made it through another David Wilcock festival of cavalcade of bullshit. I couldn't take much more. Thank God it was a short one this time. And I didn't mean to, but we threw in an extra 12 minutes of him making these predictions before. And what tonight teaches us is that this man has been making nearly the exact same predictions. By his own admission, he thought this was all going to happen in the year 2000. Why would he think that if he was in communication with divine sources? And I renew my the point that I made at the beginning of tonight's broadcast. The test of a prophet proves that this man is not in communication with any sort of divine entities or angelic beings, because they would not, one, lie to him. They would, two, not get timelines wrong or predictions completely and totally wrong over and over and over again. The test of a prophet, one time you're wrong, you fail the test of a prophet. He was wrong before the year 2000. He was wrong in 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, more recently, 2017, 2020. He's wrong on all of his predictions. He's wrong on all of his prophecies. And his books are garbage piles of dog shit filled with fake information, false information, fake whistleblowers, fake insiders that never worked for the government, that he doesn't ever take the time to prove worked anywhere for the government, just says it because they told him. Senile old men, child molesters, secret space astronauts. He'll use anything for a source as long as it helps him to keep collecting the money. Yes. Well, we haven't done one of these super long ones in a while. I wanted to make it through. And then Spooky, people kept sending me stuff, but I had to play it. I had to play those predictions that we hit it right at the exact mark. He starts saying the same predictions now that he has said 10 times before in previous years. Macario sent me on Twitter, thank you very much, a nicely edited montage of him making nearly the exact same predictions in all those other years, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2017. It's all the same shit over and over and over again. And none of it ever happens. But hey, buy my course for $333. And, you know, I try to not get bitter about the money situation. Just to be clear, I don't begrudge anybody of making money if they are providing a value. But what value does David Wilcock bring to the world? He calls what he does art. Is bullshit an art? I mean, to some people it is. I've met some bullshitters that it was like an art form, right? I don't have any problem with him making money, but if he's taking $333, claiming that he has, and here's another point, and I've made it on previous broadcasts, he's claiming that he has secret and sacred knowledge imparted to him by the Archangel Michael. But the Bible and the biblical concept of test of a prophet, which is believed by the Jews and all Christians, and maybe even in Islam that is believed, but maybe not, because I think Muhammad may have gotten some prophecies wrong. But for sure, Christians and Jews all believe in the test of a prophet. And the basic principle is, if you're wrong one time, you're not speaking to divine sources. You're a false prophet. He's been wrong tens of times at least, verifiably. We showed you all these videos tonight of him making the same prophecies he's making right now, but making them, and if you go to the Ascension 2000, he made those prophecies before the year 2000. Then he recycled this whole grift leading up to the year 2012. Here we are in 2023, and now he says it's going to happen in the next year and a half now. Like, this is the man who cried ascension. How many times is he going to cry wolf before everybody says there's no goddamn wolf here? There's no prophecy here. It's false information, fake information, disinformation, misinformation, and bullshit. That's what this man is full of. He's so full of shit, he waddles, not walks. He can't even walk anymore. He's got to waddle everywhere because he's so full of shit. That's where I'm at with David Wilcock. We made it through another wonderful episode of the wacky world of Wilcock. Which montage? The prediction montage? I'm going to make a video, Spooky, of if Macario says it's okay. I'm going to take his montage and my montage and put them together. I'm going to post them right here on the channel. But I can send you I can Google Drive it to you. Yeah, and thanks for your help with the muting situation. I apologize for that. How Gene Contactee says, demonic ones that control factions of our government through extraterrestrial proxies. The truth is that we're living in an era where the devil meets DARPA. Yeah, if you really want to get dark, go look into DARPA, demonology, and the CERN all at once, and you'll start to scare yourself. I had to back off of some of that research I was doing. Bait you on YouTube, then send you to a paywall site. If you need money, get a job, says Jason Parker. Yeah, and by the way, David Wilcock only makes videos when he's got products to sell. He never just makes videos to make videos. It's always a 2-hour-long bullshit fest sprinkled throughout it. Buy my shit, buy my shit, buy my crap, buy my crap, buy my crap, so that he makes money. He's funneling everybody that's watching the public YouTube videos into a paywall site. Jason Parker is exactly correct. And if you think he's nonsensical and rambling and his information makes no sense in the public videos, you should hear the shit that he says behind a paywall. He claimed that the CEO of his company was making spaceships for the secret space program for all these top secret projects. That's a form of fraud if he can't prove that. And I stand by that. Yes, teamwork. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate it. Trolly Troll is bouncing on out of here, and we're about to do that. Jason Parker says savior complex. I agree. Yeah, time for bed for me too. I have to get up early. My children are off. Well, I don't know why schools do this. This week, Monday, half day, Tuesday, half day, Wednesday off, Thursday off, Friday off. I wonder, I'm very fortunate. My wife and I are fortunate in that, I'm self-employed, so I can take off whenever I need to care for my children. But I wonder, like, what do these schools expect people that where both the husband and the wife work? What are they supposed to do? I mean, I guess you dump your kids off on grandma, but our family is all an hour away from here. Well, really, Sharon's family. I only really just have my brother left and a few cousins and things. Nobody that I would like go, hey, watch my kids for 2.5 days or all week. I don't understand how these schools don't realize that people have to work for a living, and it's very difficult to just take an entire week off. And by the way, the half days drive me crazy because you get them on the bus at 8 or 8:15, and then you got to get them off the bus at 11:45 because it's a half day. So it feels like as soon as you send them, you're going back to the bus stop to get them. It's ridiculous. But I got to say, my children were surprisingly good today, which means they're going to be terrible tomorrow. These things go in cycles. If you have children, you know what I mean. They take it easy on you. I even thanked my youngest son. Thanks for taking it easy on your old man today. He's like, what do you mean? I mean, you guys were good today. They didn't drive me too crazy. They were very good, which means tomorrow they're going to be running around here like wild Indians and breaking things and making messes and being not very good. It's just the way it goes. But am I wrong? Let me know in the live chat or in the comments. Is it difficult if you work a full-time job to just take a full-on week off? And then remember, next month you got to take another week off to do the child care. And just to be clear, I'm not complaining. They're my children. If they don't have school, I have to take care of them. But it's very difficult to just take weeks off at a time. And by the way, life moves on. I still have to come here and work, and other areas of my business I have to go and do work. So basically it just becomes a hell week for me because you have the children and the responsibility of the children, plus still trying to work or get some shows in or get some content made or videos made. But I guess I'm managing. It just frustrates me that schools just think, yeah, you could take a week off, you or your wife. No, some people can't do that. And what are people that don't have, like, we don't have close family very nearby that we can ask for help or, but besides, we try to handle it ourselves, right? Only in an extreme, really extreme emergency would I ask a family member to take care of my 2 boys. Yeah. Jason Parker, he did us another favor. He's doing this for us. Please thank him. Bobby Broadway. Well, Xavier loves games. That's his thing. He's always I really have to develop a strategy to get him off the screens more. I'm trying to get him to practice his karate katas more because he's just on a screen every time I look at him, and I don't like that. I know it's not, it's not terrible for him. He's occupied and he's interested in what he's doing. And he's playing Minecraft and building things now, but still, I don't want him on a screen so much. So yeah, I could buy him a game to keep him busy. But Zachary doesn't play games at all, none. But he's nonverbal autistic and very special needs, so he has no interest in playing games. Not sure if you let them play video games. Yeah, I would, but my older son won't play games. He has no interest, and my younger son is playing games too much, so I don't want to buy more. He's already playing the ones he has plenty. But interestingly, I did get him into some of my old favorite games, like The Force Unleashed. He's playing that on his Wii right now, and that's an old school Star Wars game, but my favorite probably Star Wars game. I keep saying we have a PlayStation. I have to start an account because I don't want to screw up his saved games. I have to start an account, and I was going to play this Jedi Fallen Order and the other one, and the Spider-Man games. We have the Spider-Man and the Miles Morales game, but I haven't started an account to play them, right? Oh, wow. That's something else. Stormcrow says here in Australia, they want to make the school week 4 days. That will work well. Yeah, that's really difficult. Yeah. Karate, he would need a friend from class over. Well, he could do the katas, the forms. He can do those himself. And he can just practice. Sometimes I tell him, like, practice your kicks, practice your punches and your blocks. Just do that. Anything to get him off of the screens. And I do try to have some kind of, I got to try better to have some kind of activities. It's difficult with a special needs child too, Bobby, because sometimes like I'll load them up in the wagon with snacks and drinks, and I'll take them to the park. And then as soon as I get there, my older son is going potty, 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 and then I got to come all the way back, and then he doesn't go. So, you know, maybe a skateboard. He's got a skateboard. It's a little cold outside right now, right? A Wilcock dummy and some ninja stars will get him off the couch. I don't want to encourage any kind of hateful behavior from my children. He doesn't really even know or understand what that dynamic is like, I guess. Play Diablo. That's a good one. Good old school game too. Yeah. And the game that I used to like role-playing games, and I got stuck in a bunch of Elder Scrolls games for years at a time. I'm trying to avoid those now because as much as I like them, I don't have time to spend as much time as I used to in some of the Elder Scrolls games. And I'm way behind in the Elder Scrolls games. So I know there's a Elder Scrolls Online and some other stuff. I was playing DC Universe Online, but it's pay to win. You have to basically pay for better armor to beat some of the missions. I played that for a couple of years and then got bored of it. I didn't want to keep buying DLCs and things. You know, I'm old school. When I was growing up, you bought a game and you played the game until you beat it. You didn't buy a game, then have to buy add-on packs, armor, weapons in the store. It's really shady and scammy to me, some of the gaming world now. Yeah, I want one of those arcade machines, a MAME arcade. That's what they're called. I want a MAME arcade so I can play all the arcade old classics like Gorf and Space Invaders and Missile Command and original Asteroids. Because growing up, there was a deli near my house, and I used to always be begging for quarters. And you go there and you play all these arcade games. And later, some of the Mortal Kombats and things like that. I grew up with those arcade games. I'd like to be able to play them again. That's free and fun and works on super old PCs too. Yeah, good idea. I'll look into it. I have some work to do here. I gotta deal with these workstations that are beat, and I have a whole pile of old beater computers, Bobby, just for things like emulation or extra PCs or whatever. Jason Parker says that was torture. MAME is awesome, Bobby. Yeah, we're getting off in the weeds here, though. So I got to wake up at pretty early tomorrow. And, I'm happy that the half day is over with tomorrow, though. I'd much rather just leave them home so I don't have to do the bus back and forth. And then when they do the half days, you never know when the time is to pick them up. They're always off or delayed or something, and then I'm standing there for 25 minutes on the corner freezing. It was cold today. It's not too cold yet, though. Winter's on its way, though. So I got another live show for you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be here, and I hope that you will be here as well. So we have done our due diligence for today. Get those good night messages ready. We play them on the outro. For you veterans know that, but you newcomers might not know that. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I've got a great show for you. We'll be live Wednesday night and maybe Thursday night. I'm still mulling that over. Let me know what you think. Should we do a Thursday night Turkey Day panel show? Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. I want to thank each and every one of you kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, Pill.net Gold Pillars, you PayPal pledgers, Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, super chatters, super stickers, and especially you super thanks people. I'll make it a point tomorrow night, read all the super thanks. We do that every once in a while. We read we read and thank every bit of support that we get. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. That's all I got for you tonight, but that's plenty. We're at almost 4.5 hours. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you'll be here with us. So that's all I got, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Multiple sources. Multiple sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. Multiple sources. Multiple sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. 3 sources. Credible sources. Fighter jets were deployed. Multiple sources. Fighter jets were deployed. Sources. Because I've heard of now from 3 different people.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
I've heard of now from 3 different people.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. The lack of information, the lack of information, the lack of information.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
The lack of information, 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 the lack of information,
Multiple sources.
Multiple sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
Multiple sources.
Multiple sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
3 sources.
Credible sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
This is an ongoing mystery.
Multiple sources.
Intelligence sources.
We grifters, we grifters, we grifters, we grifters, we grifters, we grifters. grifters, we 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 grifters.
Shape the emerging UAP narrative. Remember those words, folks. Shape the emerging UAP narrative. Remember those words, folks.
I'm an intel guy. 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 I'm an intel guy.
We grifters, 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 we grifters.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
Multiple whistleblowers.
Luis Elizondo.
We grifters, we grifters. Remember those words.
We grifters, we grifters.
Remember those words.
We grifters, we grifters.
Yes.
We grifters, we grifters.
Yes.
We grifters, we grifters.
Yes.
We grifters, we grifters.
Yes. Yes.
Luis Elizondo.
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 Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle. Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle. Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle. Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. Bullshit. Bullshit. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle. Garbage peddler. Club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Shuffle.
I ain't it, and 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 I ain't it, and
Oh yeah, look at that. Very good. 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 I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. I'm David Wilcock. Cock, cock, cock. Wow. 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 Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Wilcock. 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 It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here, it's here. Cock. It's here. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Extraterrestrials, angels, angels, cock. Woo! 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 Cock. 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 I'm David Wilcock.
I think there would be this big exhale for about a day. And then this turning inward and trying to reflect on what this means to us and our species and ourselves. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious. Somber meaning serious. Bicycling.
Get Walker Ranch. Get Walker Ranch.
Bicycling.
Get Walker Ranch. Get Walker Ranch.
Bicycling.
Some malevolent activity. Very compelling.
Bicycling.
Some malevolent activity. Very compelling.
Chief Master at Arms, Sean Cahill. Did I get all of that right?
You did.
Snaggle Chief Master at Arms, Sean Cahill. Did I get all of that right?
You did. It's hearsay, it's third-party information, conversation. 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 It's hearsay, it's third-party information, conversation.
I'm an intel guy.
I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy.
I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy.
I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel guy.
I'm an intel guy.
I'm an intel guy. I'm an intel. I'm an intel. I'm an intel. I'm an intel.
You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can you feel that? 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 Can you feel that?
Are you excited? What's gonna happen? What is gonna happen? Are you excited? What's gonna happen? What is gonna happen?
Yo, brother. 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 Yo, brother.
You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it. You're a bunch of cowards, and your names are going to go down in history. Watch it.
Are you excited? What's gonna happen? What is gonna happen? Are you excited? What's gonna happen? What is gonna happen? seek of truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold.